heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You are live, Ish. Ish, we can't hear you. Your microphone, please. Can you unmute yourself, Ish? Ish, can you unmute yourself?
Now I can. Okay. Hello, everyone. A very warm global namaste to all. And a warm welcome to Professor Rajan Patankar, Dr. Amrita, and third speaker is still awaited. And we have one of my students, Van Jacinta from Netherlands. Maybe we will be offering her an opportunity to interact whenever there is a question. Right now, we are a small group. So this is a very new beginning where we are separating Ayurveda into a niche, and we plan to brainstorm as much as we can and bring it to as many persons as possible through simplifying it, and share our experiences, like what we have been seeing through Ayurveda, and what are our forte, what are our weaknesses, what are the various government level implications, how can we reach them out and smoothen this process. So maybe we can start with the Professor Rajan Patankar from Mumbai, and anyone when has got anything to ask me, please raise hand and you would be unmuted by the host, and that is how we can keep it more interactive. And welcome, Jacinta, once more. Nice to see you after many years. And over to you, Professor Rajan Patankar, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, EG. I want to add something to that. To simplify Ayurveda, it's a very nice word, because nowadays what happened, Ayurveda is used in many ways in the time of COVID, but was it authentic, or was it properly used? There are so many questions, because as all of we know, because there are some cases about the guduchi, that is Tinospora cordifolia, regarding some liver infections in Bombay, and so many articles were written against these things. But while using any drug, we must be aware of the constitution of the drug and the herbal plant which is named as in Ayurveda. So we have to look after the rasa, that the taste of that, then where it has been grown, and so many things are there. So I won't go in deep in that. Shall we start?
Please,
today,
yes.
Yes. Today I'm going to introduce to a complete science of life, that is Ayurveda. The definition means, I think so that I should speak on the basics of Ayurveda. Is it right, EG?
Very much right, sir.
Okay. So definition of Ayurveda, that is Ayu and Ved. Ayu means life, and Ved means the texts which were written by our Rishi Munis, our ancestors, 4,000 to 5,000 years ago, and that has been written in Ayurveda. That how to live a peaceful life or a healthy life was their first motto. And if and then the patient or the person got any illness, then the second part is of the medicine. So that's why first part is most important. And the tagline of the Ayurveda is to help the healthy to be healthy for the lifetime. Then this is a time tested and scientifically written, and 4,000 to 5,000 years ago. And it's a complete science based on the experiences and the experiments which were done by our Rishi Munis. So that's why this Ayurveda is 100 and not I should say 100, but 1000% time tested, but should be used in a proper way, because authenticity, documentation is the need of the hour. And like Ishji, so many persons all over the world are doing the same thing. So once again, congratulate to him and all his team also. About body constitution. In Ayurveda, the body constitution is very simplified and very well written. The body constitution means there are three types of body constitutions, that is Vata, Pitta and Kapha. Vata means the person who is very fast in action, or very, I should say, about his life. He is very not that much positive. His energy or his type of thinking is varied. He is not confident about his all this work or all these uh, daily routines. Then comes the Pitta, that is the Prakriti of a fire, and Vata is of a wind. The fire, these persons are very fast acting, very sharp, very intelligent, and I will explain it a little bit about the body structure also. And the third one is Kapha, that is the person containing earth or water in his body, that is Kapha. So in this manner, this is Vata, Pitta, Kapha. These were written in our original text. So uh, considering this body constitution, all the things were very well explained, right from hair up to toe. The person of the Vata Prakriti or the Vata predominance body is having thin hair and curly hair, I should say. Then his color of the body or color of the face is little bit darker. Then his eyes were of a content of a more of white patches or white element. Then his voice is a cracking voice. Not he can be a sharp or very confident or a soft spoken. And he spoke very speedily. This is about Vata. Then Pitta person who is having good looking, good hairs, good eyesight. Then the thing which he spoke is he will stick to his things, what is going to deliver and what is he is going to do. About the Kapha Prakriti, that is the third one. The person is having good hairs, means dark and black and little bit of oily hairs. Then his skin is oily. Then his face is very cheerful, always cheerful, but his action is very slow. And his speech is very soft and very dear and very attractive to all the people. So that's about the constitution of the body. Then another thing, these three pillars are very well connected with the which parts, means that is our Sapta Dhatu. They are holding the body, or the body mechanism is in their hand. And those were, if I going to explain, it will be a very long session. But as Iji said, we will unfold all the things step by step. So in Ayurveda, excretion, that is of a fecal matter, then of a urine and sweat, has got utmost important, because by these so many diseases are nowadays we can see, including IBS like irritable bowel syndrome, that what we call in Ayurveda, that is Malavashtamba. Then second thing, nowadays diabetes is a very common thing, and the fattiness or the bulkiness of the body, because if these three malas are not going to excrete properly, they will stay in the body and causes so many diseases. So that is a very long theory behind that. Then about the Mahabhutas, that are Prithvi, Jala, Tej, Vayu and Akash. Prithvi is our earth, Jala is water, Tej is fire, Vayu is wind, and Akash is our, what we can say, uh, our air
Space.
and, yes, Akash. So by this also we can identify the Prakriti or the constitution of the body. So that is another subject to deliver. And connection with all these things can be definitely correlated, including our digestive fire, that is Jatragni, we call it as in Ayurveda. That is also utmost important, because the Jatragni of a Pitta predominant person is very high than the person who is having Vata or Kapha Prakriti. So that's why Ayurveda has a very well explained each and everything about the dosage and about the medicines also as per the Prakriti. Then what do's and don'ts, they are also very well explained, and they are explained as per not only the body constitution but the climatic condition of that country, and then food habits of that person or of that country. It is also very well explained, and Ayurveda has give a little bit loose hand to our Vaidyas, that they can correlate all these things as the Prakriti, as the atmosphere is going to change. Means that they had thought that 4 to 5,000 years ago, these changes will be definitely occurring, and as per that conditions we can modify or we can design the do's and don'ts of the person. Then as per the body constitution, I'd explain a little bit things. Then Sattva, Raja, Tama, these are the three pillars of our thinking or of our body. That is Sattvic person who is having a good voice, good interactive nature. Then he is very calm and quiet. He is having a Prakriti, not like Kapha, but there are cross Prakritis also, or uh, Dvandva Prakriti. That means two Prakritis can be come or interact with each other with the dominance of the each Prakriti and the lesser of that another Prakriti. So this Sattva, Raja and Tama. These Raja people are very calm and quiet, but they are very fast acting, and they can have so many hurdles in their life also. And the Tamasi people, as we know, who are having a lot of spicy food or who are having short tempered, means I can correlate it with the nowadays what the uh, wars are going on. They all are Tamasi people. So that's why, uh, as per the body constitution, I tried to explain some simple things in front of you. And as I sum up my things, I again repeat the tagline of Ayurveda, that is Swasthasya Swastha Rakshanam. That is the one person who is healthy, how to hold his health by Ahar Vihar, that is his food. Then Ayurveda explained each and everything in daily regime and seasonal regime also. What the food should be taken at what time, in what quantity, and the things were uh, told by our acharyas how to prepare the food as per the conditions of that person or condition of that country also. They were also very explained. Then in Vihar, exercise is also most important thing which has been written in our Ayurveda. Nowadays, what happened? Exercise is nowadays only meant for body building, but that is not so. Exercise should be correlated with mind and body. Both the things are important. So that's why you must do the exercise. There is also one word which has been written in Ayurveda, that is how much we can exercise. That is Ardha Shakti. Where your mind and body get fatigued, you have to stop there, because it is for the wellness of the mind and body. not only for the body. And so many things were written in the Ayurveda as per our ahar, that is what we take. About that also, ajanma satmya is another word, means what we are eating from our birth till today should not be any of that food article should not be minus or should not be added. That can be reduced as per the prakriti or as per the condition of that person. So once again, thanks a lot for patient hearing. Means if the time permits, and if in another sessions also, I will explain so many things about medicines, what we give or what we administer. So thank you. Thanks a lot. Is you are unmuted? You are muted. Please unmute.
Yes, now I could unmute. Thank you very much, Professor Patankar. That was so simplified, because we requested you to simplify it, because there are many freshers over here, all are not Ayurveda graduates. So anyone having any question from Professor Patankar, he is a professor of a very high repute. If you have got any question of any...
Sorry, sir, I'm not a professor, but experience of 35 years. That is
yes,
the only thing.
Sir. 10 years plus you are already categorized as professor, so we respect you so much. So please, anyone having any question from Professor Patankar, then you can raise your hand. And I take this opportunity while questions pop in to welcome the first timers. We have got my student Jacinta from Holland. Then we have got Anita Pilmaya from Paris. We have got Miss Suraya from New Jersey, New York. And we have our friend Professor Narendra Garg. And my student Pranav is also there. So we will be expecting you to share your views for sure before you leave, because you all might not be putting up for all the session. So before you the limited time you have got, you surely can raise your hand for a small introduction of yours. What is your journey in Ayurveda? Where do you come from? What are you doing? And how can we awesome help to you? So once again, welcome the first timers, and we look forward to seeing you more often on this platform. And this is a knowledge sharing platform, and anytime you want to present a case study or your experience, or you want to present a talk, we will be more happy to host you. And most of the times, this is at an average of once a month, and this is on Sundays only. So we hope you could be sparing some time from your family time and contribute it to this fruitful discussion. So because I do not see any questions coming, maybe if I could be welcoming Jacinta or Anita, if you want to share your personal experiences in Ayurveda, if you would be liking to, yeah, there I can see you, Anita. And I recall you as a very wonderful student.
Yes, hello to everybody. Hello, Dr. Ish. It's very good to see you again after a long time. Very happy to be there.
There seems to be some network problem, perhaps. Yeah. We have Professor Pradeep Kumar as well joining us. And Anita, I very well know that Anita is already practicing Ayurveda in Paris, and she really can be a great contribution to this group for this outreach to Paris and then to France. And I don't know, Ms. Jacinta, are you practicing Ayurveda, or after the study you somehow did not take up further?
Now I'm still in the job I do, this in the finance, but I am my English is not that good, my Dutch is better, but I'm still interested in Ayurveda. So I think at the end of this year, I want to go with a group, a small group to India maybe for the Panchkarma.
Great, great. We will be dropping you messages, Jacinta, as and when we are hosting a session to all of you. And per chance, if you would be free on that particular time, then you can join in and have some discussions over here. And maybe I will be welcoming Dr. Amrita Sharma now for her talk. And we'll be expecting expert comments from Professor Pradeep Kumar as well. He is joining us from Australia. So, Dr. Amrita, are you ready?
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Hi.
Glad to see you again.
Thank you very much. And maybe you can, Amrita, you can better introduce yourself because today we could not host your introductory flyer. So maybe you can a brief backdrop of yours and then we start with your very important talk,
Important
the
for me to
dynamics of
say.
sleep.
Yes, sir. So my name is Amrita Sharma and I work as an academician. I'm bachelor's in Ayurveda and master's in Ayurvedic pharmacology. And apart from that, I've done a couple of courses in diet, nutrition, lifestyle, alternative medicine, Tibetan medicine, and as well, yoga is one of my hobbies. So I've been practicing and teaching yoga from around 10, 15 years. And apart from this, I do chakra healing and holistic healing works. And this kind of a therapy for me, working as an academician as well as a lifestyle counselor, mental well-being consultant and yoga physiologist has come to me, I would say, as a gift from the God, because as I got selected, I never thought this is such a wonderful science and it will be giving so much of wonderful information regarding setting myself right before I heal other people. And it is one of those streams which talks about everything together, and moreover it talks about happiness and loads of other topics which are the basics of life. And I feel privileged to be standing over here and speaking to you all on this platform. And as mentioned by the dignitaries, Professor Rajan, he has been talking about Ayurveda and its basics. It is a very beautiful science and derived from India. It has the concepts of India, it has the culture of India, it has the language of India, it has the whole tradition of India actually. And since it has that traditional sense of understanding, it gives a very good connectivity of a human being with another human being. And so because I have been meeting most of you for the first time in my life, but we still are Xerox copies of each other, and 99% to and fro, we are alike. And therefore, the modalities that work within us are also alike, as well as the problems we face, the kind of issues we have. All these things are pretty similar in us. And today, I decided to talk about a twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. And this kind of rhyme we had been listening from the very childhood, and a kind of lullabies we all have been singing for ourselves, and our parents have been singing for us. So I'll be sharing a presentation on sleep.
Great.
Just a moment.
Yeah, and later on, we have a question for Professor Patankar regarding how to crack down someone's prakriti. So we'll take it later on, Professor Patankar. Yes, Amrita, please.
Thank you. So I thought to talk about understanding sleep dynamics as a lifestyle modification. Sleep is a very normal stuff for our life, and we don't know many things about sleep, but this twinkling stars and the moon that comes at night is so important in our life, and its importance and relevance in Ayurveda is one of the big treasures that people hold. Because the science is 5,000 years old, and as it comes from the nature, derived from the concepts of nature, people at that time were at home with the nature. Therefore, they always understood how important it was that how close I can be with the nature and how close nature can be with me. And finding that that connection of the nature within me, they also understood the rules and the regulations and the laws by which the nature is derived. And they clearly demarcated that if we follow these rules nature has derived, I think we would be better. And for talking about that, you must have seen you going very lazy in the evening, and you must have seen while driving back the car at home after the job, that how the birds are moving back to their homes and how the life is slowly turning down to zero. And so your mood also relaxes, because most of the time we are in tune with the day and our night is about to start. And the beautiful thing is that when we see the nature, how the flowers are closing, how the birds are moving to their homes, they're chirping back, and then they're sharing their own bed becomes a significant place. And knowing about all these things, the science of this life told about the three important pillars, out of which sleep is one of them, which is called as nidra. It is very important to understand because it is the nature-derived science of Indian tradition, and Sanskrit being the main language at that time. So a lot of scripts are written in Sanskrit language, which are now being translated into different languages. And so there are a lot of technical terminology which is used in Sanskrit, in which these three names which are in front of you, you can see them: Nidra, Ahar, and Brahmacharya, which means Nidra means sleep, Ahar means the diet, and Brahmacharya means your sexual life. And though this one of the pillars, all the three pillars are equally important, and there are a lot to talk about them, but I would like to first speak about Nidra today, which is sleep. In Ayurveda, there are many eminent people, and these scholars were very famous and are famous now because of their wisdom that they have bestowed on us through their knowledge. And among them, there is the Charaka, there is Sushruta, there is a Vagbhata. There are many other eminent scholars, but primarily talking about few of them, out of which Charak Samhita, the book that he has written with the name Charak Samhita, he described in one of his texts about the sleep, which are of 7 different types. And he also mentioned, this is a aphorism that I have copied, which is in Sanskrit, that what it means I would like to read out: happiness, misery; nourishment, emaciation; weakness, virility, sterility; knowledge, ignorance, and death. All these occur depending on the improper sleep. This shows a clear indication of how important the sleep is. And in that importance of sleep, everything is coming close. So when we talk about how many hours we should sleep, how nice our bed should be, how much time we should give for our bedroom, is also one of the important aspects that these people knew from the very beginning. And therefore, not following that particular pattern of sleep, we have these consequences. That is what reveals how important it is to sleep. Many times we say that, yes, I am sleeping, but we don't consider how many hours we should sleep, where I should sleep, when I should sleep, and what are the things that I should take care in mind. And in today's time, a lot of people, they suffer from insomnias, they have sleeping disorders of many kind, people have depression, people have a lot of other anxiety disorders. And these kind of stuff, which is commonly contributed to this improper sleep, is one of those things that has come from our own lifestyles, our own habits, and our mental and physical well-being states that is being disturbed in our body. The sleeping patterns, basically, which comes in as such, has a deep physiology, and the connection of these has been contributed to many of the diseases and the well-being states of an individual, depending upon how, when, and how much time do you give to your sleep. In today's time, as ever since these gadgets have come into our lives, they have been our best friends. And so we hardly give time to ourselves that we should spare some time for sleeping as well. And we sleep with mobiles, we have a good morning with mobiles. So they have become a very close part of our life. But then because of them, we have also a lot of problems that we are facing today. Another eminent scholar, I'll be coming back to that, but let me talk about another eminent scholar who's Sushrita, and how beautifully he explained the sleep. He said that the sleep is as a bloomed lotus closing its petal around itself. Now, this lotus is also indicated as a lotus of the crown chakra, is the lotus of my mind, and is the lotus of my heart. We, being the pure souls, have this lotus within us, and that purity of the mind is equally responsible depending upon how well we sleep. And so if that lotus closes properly in the same way as the flowers close, you must have seen so many flowers that closes in the evening, and with the morning first sunshine they just glow up again. And with that understanding, it is very clear that that closing part of the flower is as important as its blooming part. And I can bloom only when I close myself for some time. And that closing up is important because my body's physiology is very closely related to the science of life. And this science of life is being governed by the 5 elements of nature, as Sir mentioned before. And based on that, we have our prakritis and constitutions, and the place we live in also makes a big effect. And based on all these things, our sleeping patterns and our sleeps vary a lot. We say we should sleep in the daytime. Most of the time people say, oh, I sleep at the daytime. It hardly makes a difference, but definitely it makes a lot of difference. If we understand the physiology of how we sleep and what are the things which are important for sleep, there's a very big connection of science and the sleeping. There is an Ayurvedic clock. This clock tells you about the right time of sleeping. And this clock is closely related to the circadian rhythm. Circadian rhythm, you must have heard about, is one of the rhythms that is the clock within me. It is also called as the biological clock that influences the release of different hormones in my body. The hormones are like the spices, and they basically are affecting the body temperature, the heart rate, the release of hormones like cortisol, testosterone, the bowel movements of my body, my activities, my muscle strength, the glucose and ATP that I should have in my body. And if these things are disturbed, most of the time we have a disturbed sleep. Now, because of this disturbed sleep, what is happening? This might have happened with you, that you get up in the morning and we say, I'm still exhausted. Or when you are getting up, you are so lethargic that you don't feel like going for a job, you don't feel like doing anything. Or sometimes you also feel as if your body is too tired and it just doesn't want to wake up. These are the real signs that the body needs rest, and the rest has not been proper. And the same circadian rhythm is correlated in Ayurveda as well with the sleeping time and the dominance of the doshas. The word Vata, Pitta, Kapha, I would say, should be rather correlated with the elements rather than just their name tags. And so I would say that 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. is the time when my earth and water element is very high. The 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., which is the maximum time of my rush, I go to the job, I take my lunch, I do my jobs of working places, I meet people, I have meetings, And that is the time when my pitta, which means my fire element, is very high. And the fire element is also dominating your hormonal stuff of the body. It is giving you an energy in the form of ATP. It is giving you the energy in the form of cortisol. It's giving you the energy where the adrenaline rush is so high that it is helping you to give you a sympathetic flow of your life to rush up and meet with the requirements of the day. From 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. is the evening time, which is the vata time, which is the air time, the space time. And therefore, meditating at that time, relaxing to somewhat to that time, doing exercises at that time is also very beneficial. Then comes 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Again, the kapha time, which means my earth element and water element is very high. Whenever there is a dominance of earth and water element in your body, just in regards of your prakriti, in regards of your constitution, it will always make you slow down. And you must have seen, you definitely, when come back from the office and the working places, you need rest. You either go to sit in the garden, or you want an easy chair, or on the couch, or in the bed, where you want to just relax and have a cup of tea or coffee, or just chill out in order to just enjoy, because the day finished. And that kapha time basically is the time which is the prime time where I need to end up my day work. I need to start up with my night sleep and prepare myself for sleeping. And this kapha time is the high time where if I sleep, those elements will give me a good boost and help me in preparing a good sleep for myself. Now, this time is also parallelly matching with the circadian rhythm, where the melatonin, which is a sleeping hormone, will be released from the body. Melatonin is one of the very important hormones. You must have heard very commonly about melatonin pills, which is a sleeping pills, which are taken by people because they cannot sleep, so they take a sleeping pill. It's commonly known as a sleeping pill, and these pills are artificially given to you, which induce that hormone inside your brain that slows down your brain activity, and by slowing down your brain activity, it is making you sleep. But rather than using that, it is very important to understand these modalities of the elements around me and what best I can do naturally to induce sleep within me. And 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. is the time where the pitta is again high, where the body is resting. You give your cars to go to the workshop, for servicing. Every time our vehicles have to be given for servicing. Same with the body has to be serviced, and make sure that the body is serviced at this time primarily, because when you are sleeping, it is gone for servicing actually. Why? Because there are a lot of things that the body's physiology has changed. Your dinner has finished. Ultimately, your stomach has been empty. The food has been resting in the small intestine. Your liver is working not for digesting the food, but for detoxification. Your pancreas are at rest and giving out energy to the muscles that will be utilized in the morning for your daily workup. Your brain is being sent to rest, where it is being calming down to not to think about the natural thoughts that are coming in the day-to-day life in the primary modes, but in a deep sleep subconscious state, which can be related to many other states of sleeping patterns of life. And then is the morning time, 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. In that time, again, the vata comes, your deep sleep stage stops, and then you have a sleep where you're a little aware about the sleep. You come to know how in the morning you must have experienced, the birds chirp, or the church bells are ringing, or you can hear about the activity which is happening around, and that activity clearly indicates that vata has come to you to wake you up, which means the melatonin has decreased a little bit, and the other hormone, which is called as cortisol, which is a happy hormone to make you work in the day, has started to release, which is the natural clock of the body. And because these hormones are parallelly influencing a lot of body's physiological functions, our heart rate, our blood pressure, our metabolism, our hormonal release, right from testosterone to estrogen to progesterone to to the release of many other hormones which have an impact on the heart. It has an impact on the blood pressure. It has the impact on the sugar levels, in fact, is influenced by this. So this moving further, this melatonin is being affected by the light that falls on the eye. It falls on the retina of the eye. So in the morning, as I told you, when you are sleeping and your eyelids are closed, still because it's the morning time, you get a hazy feeling that it's the morning time and not sleeping on the night time. And that morning time basically is giving you an idea that it is time to wake up. And when at night, it is the reverse. When the eyes have to be closed, the night has come, things have become dark, this hormone naturally released from the pineal gland, which is a very important gland from many point of views. The pineal gland is responsible for the growth metabolism, for the sexual drives, for sleeping and awake cycle, for also releasing melanin in hormone in the body. And this gland basically is very large when we are child. You must have seen the children who are newborn. They sleep around 20 hours a day, and as we grow older and older, we decrease that sleep. This gland also gets shrunken up and gets calcified, and so at old age the sleeping pattern reduces, which we correlate in Ayurveda's principle as the vata is dominant, therefore the hormone released is less, and so vata people tend to having a light sleep and older people have a light sleep. And so these things are pretty much affected by the artificial lights around which we are living. And so you can see the image of the person who is still awake at 11 o'clock, but with the mobile, which is a common picture of every one of us, or somebody studying at night or working on the laptop. And therefore, all these things have a great influence on the release of this melatonin hormone, which is clearly correlated with the metabolic disturbances. The studies say that melatonin hormone has a very big influence on the cardiac output and the heart diseases, on the blood pressure rates, on the sugar metabolism, as well as cancer. The studies have claimed that melatonin hormone released has cured a lot of people from prostate cancer, from breast cancer, as well as the rate at which people have cardiac, the heart rates and cardiac arrests at night has been reduced. The sugar levels or the diabetes, which is, so one of the reasons of diabetes, which is prameh or madhumeh in Ayurveda, has been called as stress and the life, which is like vata pradhan. So in that case, also this hormone has a pretty influence, which the scientific studies say, which authentifies the Ayurvedic principles on that way, that how close these hormones are related with the elements of the body and how they affect the elements of the body, and based on that they are propagating diseases or creating disorders in the body actually. Now, moving back, when this kind of a correlation was told by Charaka a very long time back, where he talked about 6 different types of sleeps, and he says that these kind of imbalances can be due to depression, it can be due to an increased kapha, and it can be due to exhaustion of mind or the body, it can be due to chronic disease or diseases, and many imbalances or injuries in the body. While the natural sleep without external imbalance is healthy and we should respond to that, but apart from that, if we are sleepy and we feel we are really very sleepy the whole day, despite of taking 8 to 9 hours of good sleep, there is some issue with us. And these kind of connectivities you must have seen in your day-to-day life. If someday you're not healthy, you don't feel you're sick, you know, due to any reason, maybe you have any kind of a disorder, because of that, or you're mentally not fresh, you feel lethargic, you don't feel like having energy, you want to go to rest, or people with chronic diseases of any kind have their hormonal imbalances or metabolic imbalances. People with depression is one of the very common diseases also in today's time. You must have seen 1 or 2 around you where these people are really less responsive to physical activities and they want to sleep a lot. So these kind of connectivities or connections that these people have told 5,000 years ago scientifically validate the proofs of today's time, which connects that how well they had experienced, understood the methodologies and the principles of life and correlated them and written, which are being re-authenticated in today on the scientific and experimental basis. Moving further, from this, noise also influences sleep a lot. There are different kinds of noises actually. This is not mentioned exactly in Ayurveda, but yet how it has been connected is when you are asked to sleep in a cozy room where there is a wind blowing, where there are little showers. This must have happened with you. It's something, a rainy day, you want to have just a small nap or siesta. You want to just squeeze inside the bed, or there is a nice wind blowing. You don't want to go for an activity. You say, I would like to have a experience of that breeze. These kind of small noises that happens around us also are very effective in inducing sleep. And based on that, noises are categorized in different ways. There's a white noise. This white noise is coming in all the frequencies of the spectrum that we can hear. But basically, these noises are very common noises that we hear, like the fan. You sleep under the fan in the summers, or the air-conditioned voice, or the vacuum's voice. These kind of voices are soothing, and the studies say that they help in improving sleep. They stop the crying of the baby. They improve the work performances and lower the ADHD symptoms. Now, these kind of connectivities are scholars very well knew from the very beginning that if we will be sleeping from the Charaka's quote that I had shown you before, that showed happiness, your emaciation, your health, and your work performances, your mental concentration, a lot depends upon good sleep. The more you sleep better, for a proper time that is required for you, the better you will be able to decide, the better you will be able to perform in the day-to-day life. And so there's another noise which is called as a pink noise. And that pink noise actually is like a car is going, a little bit of interruption, and it can be like a streak of rain. It can be like the waves of the ocean. You must have come across where you want to just sit and hear the sounds of the ocean waves, which is very pleasing. And then you feel a little sleepy and drowsy, and then you wake up. Or a rustling of the trees where you go for a gesture, where you go for a picnic or some outing. These kind of sounds are definitely very soothing to our ear and for our mind. There's a brown noise. This is close to a red noise, but it's a more deeper noise actually, where there's a lot of heavy rainfall or there's a good pressure of sounds around you, but it is not a very heavy sound as if it's a party sound or something. But these sounds have been studied to improve your thinking skills actually. Now these noises, they reduce the brain waves and increase the stability of the sound, and so it helps you to wake up fresh and makes your mind relaxed. And so all those people who are struggling from these kind of things, and maybe sometimes you have tinnitus, these sounds may help to cure you. Now moving further to a little bit of takeaways for you, it is very important to develop a habit of good sleeping. And the schedule of sleeping is very important. This schedule of sleeping is important because it is matching up my circadian rhythm. It is matching up my Ayurveda clock. And that Ayurveda clock basically is helping me to manage my hormones, is keeping me happy. And I think everybody is looking for happiness. We all are connected for happiness. We all seek happiness. And for that, we need to develop this habit of sleeping as well. Large dinners should be avoided at night, because if your stomach would be full, it will not give you an ample space. And a lot of talks upon ahara has been talked in different texts of Charak Sushruta and Vagbhata, where they discuss about how much quantity of food should be taken at what time of the day, and especially which side to sleep, what should be done for that before sleeping. So this dinner is not a feeding of your tummy or satiating your tongue, but actually it is for your body that should be calm enough, that gives you a good sleep. You must have experienced people have a lot of problems for after dinner, and they go straight away to bed after dinner, which is also wrong, because the stomach needs 1.5 to 2 hours to get emptied. And depending upon the diet, if your diet is really very heavy, or it's a heavy excess meal, which is a more in quantity, definitely takes a lot of time for your digestion. And so your dinner should be light. It should be preferably nutritious. It should be yummy. It should be delicious, but light. And that light dinner is giving you happiness, which comes from inside. Right comfortable bed and good temperature and environment is very important for sleeping. So you must sleep like a king, because that is your room, that is your place, that is the place where you need to give the best comfort for your body to prepare yourself. And so that is very important. Before I wind up, I would like to share a few herbs with you that can be taken, but everything should be taken up under the guidance of an Ayurvedic expert and should be consulted by them. And after that, only these things should be taken, but a general takeaways are good enough. So we have certain herbal teas that you can take as a tea or decoction, which is of ashwagandha, of brahmi, of shankapushpi, and jatamasi. They are very common herbs and common names of Ayurveda, and they are the big brands of Ayurveda as well nowadays. And these names are from most of the drugs which are nootropic drugs. They are antioxidant, they are stress releasers, they also calm the body, they are preventing you from neurodegenerative disorders, they are also helping you to get calmness to the mind, get your anxiety levels down, as well as acting as a rejuvenator. So I would be showing you, I thought it is good to show you, this is jatamasi, this is how the plant looks like, and the study says that it is the central nervous system depressant, and the roots is the part which we use. So I've shown you a close view of that. 1/4 of half teaspoon of the jatamasi powder can be taken, and you can swallow it with honey or twice a day after the food. And so anxiety is good for anxiety, but should be taken with the advice of an Ayurvedic expert only. The next herb is ashwagandha, which is Withania somnifera of family Solanaceae, and it's a small plant which you can see in the vicinity of some places, and it has got berries, so it is called as winter cherry in Indian Jensen, and it is from millenniums, it is the rasayan of Ayurveda. We use almost all the plant, but basically the leaves, the roots are being used. A lot of study on these plants have been done to find out what are the chemicals. Now, the study of these plants, how the studies they work. When I'm talking about you have to take a tea, that means these plants have got rich phytochemicals, which are the secondary metabolites, which are present in the form of flavonoids, alkaloids, saponins, terpenoids, triterpenoids, phenols, and a lot of things that are very beneficial and are matching with the chemical hormonal compounds which are present in my body. And they help to induce those and enhance the production of those, which helps in inducing sleep or preventing the degenerative disorders. Next is Brahmi. It's known as Bacopa monera. It is a seaweed-like of a herb, and it's a nootropic herb, again an antioxidant for neurocognitive effect. And this, the decoction of Brahmi and ashwagandha can also be taken in together with 2 glasses, boiling it with 1 spoon, and then till the glass goes 1, like if you're adding up 2 glasses to boil, then you have to boil it with 1 teaspoon till it comes to 1. And then as a decoction, it can be taken. Then is Tagara, Valenaria welchii. It is a small hairy herb of temperate regions and is also working on a CNS. Because these drugs have a close effect on CNS, should always be taken under the guidance of an Ayurvedic expert. And time and again reminding you of that thing. So it has sedative effects, it has anxiolytic effects. Even as the sir mentioned in the previous talk, that he said that in COVID, people just take guruchi just like that. But which kind of plant should be well authenticated, verified, it is the same variety or not, or of the same type or not, and then only should be taken, because many plants seem morphologically to be very similar. They can be taken as a substitutes. They are the adulterants as well added to it. So it should be well authenticated before you take up. And so the botanical names of these drugs are being mentioned, and I have shown you the picture as well. This Tagara can be taken 1 to 2 grams as a powder with milk and swallowed at the dinner time for sleeping. Then is Shankapushpi. It is also a blue colored flower. It is a nootropic drug, and it's called as the blue tea, and people take it as a blue tea. The flowers of it has got the rich properties the same way the plant has, and it is taken as a tea. Jyotishmati. Its seeds are very rich in oil. We use its oil for nasyam as well, for various brain problems, as well as neurogenital problems as well. And it is an analgesic, nervine tonic, antidepressants. And so sometimes we mix the seeds of this with jatamansi and mishri, which is a crystallized sugar, and it's been taken with milk for people. Chamomile, you must have known. You can grow chamomile and have a chamomile tea at night before sleeping, which will induce sleep. Licorice is very common. Its roots are used, and it can be used as such as a tea, which is common herb. Hibiscus rosa sinensis again is a very popular flower. You can use the tea of this flower. And then comes, last but not the least, cardamom tea. Cardamom is a very common spice, and you use it in very a lot of puddings and a lot of sweet things. So a sip of cardamom tea is very beneficial. Again, to the point that these teas are helping you to induce sleep. It is very important to know what is the cause that I'm not able to sleep, and to see what effects it is producing. Prepare yourself a good bed, give yourself the best comfort, have a right diet, calm yourself down, have some decoctions, and then I would say good night with sweet dreams, touching your heart, closing your eyes, and making a wish, and write your name over here. Thank you so much. Gracias. Namaste.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amrita. That was very helpful. And
this concept I hope I have not taken a lot of time, actually.
No. That was perfect. And the sounds having colors was something very fresh for me. I still have to know from you what are the red sounds. Will come to that later. But that was very informative, and you very rightly put, like everyone has got a different sleep pattern. Everyone has got a different circadian rhythm, and one's conditions, and your age, your activities, your medical conditions, your vata pitta kapha body type, you all have got a particular set of sleep patterns, and you have to abide by that. Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge.
Thank you, sir.
And maybe before we move on to the next speaker, maybe I would be requesting Professor Pradeep Kumar and Professor Garg to be available for their comments. And meanwhile, we can take up a question from Dr. Patankar. There was a question, Dr. Patankar, if you are available.
Yes.
Okay, there was a question by my student Pranav, that how to decide the prakriti of a person if he is coming to you in a state of vikriti. So maybe very briefly, if in very simplistic language, if you can give a very short answer.
Okay. Very short. As per Ayurveda, there are so many modalities of how to treat the patient, or how the patient is present in front of you. In Ayurveda, we look it as in three modalities, that are the person who present in front of us, how he present. That can be a very good line. Then about his pulse and about his parameters like blood pressure and everything, or auscultation, that can be considered. And third one is prashna. So that's why asking him so many questions, and by taking his pulse, or by considering all these two factors also, we can come to a vikruti of that prakriti of a patient. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, maybe if I can further add to this, you have to differentiate between the prakriti and vikriti by asking, because the patient could be, a pranav patient could be suffering from that particular condition for some time. He could be having that problem for maybe 6 hours or 6 days or 6 months or 6 years, How the person has been all one's life, how you have always been, that stays as your prakriti, and your vikriti could be overpowering, overlapping your prakriti, where you could not be the doctor, in real time at that particular moment might not be like, might require more time to fine tune, differentiate between Prakriti and Vikriti. And with your experience, you surely come to this fine decision making that, okay, this feature is from Vikriti and this feature is from Prakriti. Thank you very much, Dr. Patankar. Miss Anita, we lost your connection and could not listen to you well. If you are available now, maybe especially your journey through Ayurveda will be very inspiring, I believe, for many listeners over here. I don't know if, if Nishit can unmute you.
Okay. Yes, I hope this will be a better connection. I also would like to say hello to Dr. Pardeep. It's nice to see you again.
Very good. Good day.
Yes, very nice to see you again.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you. Yes, the connection is a bit difficult with Paris. I don't know why, especially when I put the camera on. So I hope this will be better. Because I tried to tell you that I studied at AISVA in the Netherlands with Dr. Ish, and that's also where I met Dr. Pardeep. I also did some studies at the Chakrapani clinic in Jaipur, and I practiced 2 years here in Paris, Ayurveda with my patients. And then after the COVID period, I started to do some writing about Ayurveda and especially cancer, which is a very important topic for me. And now I'm writing about MDS and natural medicine, also Ayurveda included. So I changed a little bit my direction, but Ayurveda stayed in my life. And yes, I hope to learn more about it, and maybe I can ask also my questions about my topics. Anyway, it's interesting to be here and to share with you Ayurveda. So I thank Dr. Ish for that. Thank you.
Great, Anita, and very best of luck to you for your compilation, what you are undertaking right now. Mm-hmm. And it would always be an opportune time whenever you are done up with some of your study. You can present the paper on this platform, and we all will be listening to you, and we all would be contributing to you with new ideas, what you can include, and we can surely, I believe, that will be very like a real enrichment for your script.
Okay.
And
thank you.
Thank you very much for being an Ayurveda lover, and then I very well recall your dedication towards Ayurveda, and I see you in very high esteem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Pradeep, because you are available with us right now, and Nishit has been kind enough to unmute you. So if you can comment upon, you can add some value to the previous two talks.
Yeah, of course, sir. I've just attached a bit later. I've missed the lecture of Dr. Rajat Patankar, sir. I heard the lecture of Dr. Amrita. That was well versed, and she has incorporated all the things which should be according to Ayurveda: the pattern of sleep, the circadian rhythm, the biorhythms, the natural sleep patterns, and all the herbs which are helpful for sleep. And also she included the things like Nasyam is there, and we can also incorporate the things like light digestive tract should be there early. The biggest part of the food should be the heaviest lunch, and your positive attitude and your gratitude at the night sleep time. You should be thankful to God or the other things which the whole day you have spent. All the things were included by Dr. Amrita ji. And thanks a lot for letting me sharing this platform to Neil ji also, and especially Dr. Ish. And of course, thanks a lot for again to Anita ji, who recognized us after a long time. And we are there, and she also visited once to our platform of Panchkarma in Faridkot. And thanks a lot for the same. A lot of more people are there from Schengen countries, which I personally know them. And Miss Anne is there. And Dr. Mohit is there, who is the next speaker. He is a good student of mine also. He is a very intelligent student. And we will be appreciating his lecture also. And as a good listener, I am waiting for the same.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Pradeep. We are in 12th February, but you are in 13th February already. You are in Australia, so
Yes,
you're
sir.
keeping awake up so late, which is not good for your nidra, for your sleep, I believe. As per Amrita's advice, you should go to your bed now. And I can see Miss Suraya from New York, if she can be unmuted for her experience, because she also happens to be a very, Miss Suraya has been a very dynamic student, very keen learner. And hi, Suraya, how are you? Can you unmute yourself or not?
Yeah, namaste, Dr. Ish
Hi,
and
nice
Dr.
to see you
Pradeep
after
ji.
so long.
Yeah, also
Yeah.
Pradeep
Hello.
ji, namaste.
Namaskar, Swell.
Yeah, namaskar. Yeah, honestly, I have implementing a lot of the little baby steps, which makes a big change in my life, but also in my kids' life, because with having 3 kids, there are different constitutions, right? So it is beautiful to see your own constitution, and then the three, I'm sorry, and then how the dinacharya goes, how the cooking has to go, the whole rhythm. But the lovely speaker before, DDG, was explaining about the sleep and everything. Nowadays in the modern world, how everything has their effect and impacts on the kids' life, especially here. From me moving to from Europe to the US, you have to be very strong and very disciplined to implement all those little baby steps from the morning to night. And I'm actually so happy that I got to know Dr. Ish and Pradeep ji, to learn from both of them back in the Netherlands. Even though it's a vast study, it's a big ocean, it has too much knowledge. So I always pick out the most important, what I can implement as a family pattern, and then slowly also for an individual. And I want to really thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Suraya. And this shows how practical you have been with Ayurveda. How wisely did you select what suits you and what is directly applicable to you. And with that little time you gave to Ayurveda, but you really could pick, I believe, a real best where you can know the prakriti of your kids, your prakriti, and you are a practicing Ayurveda person in your life. So this is the biggest contribution Ayurveda can make to anyone's life. You know, like we treating thousands of patients might be another story, but like practicing Ayurveda for oneself is the most important thing. And we cannot keep preaching and not practicing for ourselves. That is very, very important. And we learn it like one more time from you. So yeah, thank you very much.
No, thank you. Thank you, Ji.
And thank you very much. And maybe can we move on to the next speaker, Dr. Mohit Sandhu, who happens to be an Ayurveda surgeon and has got a vast experience into Ayurveda surgery. And for many of you, who might not be knowing, Dr. Mohit will be telling, Ayurveda has got a full-fledged surgery speciality. This is very different from the conventional surgery, because Ayurveda at that time was not having anesthesia. And how did they use to anesthetize the patient? How did they use to open the abdomen up? And how could they remove intestinal obstructions or kidney stones? And, you know, they were undertaking total, like, exhaustive surgeries, cesarean sections, what not they were doing, plastic surgery. So Dr. Mohit Sandhu is the right person to give a brief backdrop upon Ayurveda surgery, and then he can come to his topic, if Dr. Mohit Sandhu is available. Yes, Dr. Mohit, welcome.
Hello to everyone. Jai Dharmantri, Jai Ayurved from India. And thank you, Dr. Ish ji. Thank you so much. And there's also my teacher present in the meeting, Dr. Pradeep ji. he was my guru. Actually, he is my guru, and he will be my guru forever. And he motivates me too much to go for Ayurveda. And right now, I'm in the place right now due to him, actually, due to his motivation in the class. So myself, Dr. Mohit, and today I'm going to represent how we can manage the pain acute and chronic pain management through Ayurveda, that is called Agni Karma and Vidya Karma. So it is very delicate, starting about the topic of pain management in Ayurveda. I will talk about that. There is a delegation of using steroids and antibiotics, and painkillers in the pain management. The caution is why we are using so much antibiotics and steroids and painkillers in acute and chronic pain management, whether it is cervical spondylitis, whether it is sciatica, whether it is any muscular pain or stiffness. These steroids and painkillers work for pain, but not in an adjacent way, because it affects the kidneys as well as liver as a portal system. So it can give hypertension in the gift. It can give diabetes in the gift to you. So my main aim is a drugless approach for pain management in Ayurveda, using needles and using the hot rod that we call as shalaka. So let me share you the presentation. Wait a second. Just wait a second. Hope you can. Can you see the presentation module? Hello. Can everyone can see the presentation module here? Dr. Ishar.
No, we can't see. Ish is actually muted, so but Mohit, we can't see that. So what you do?
Yes, we can't
actually
see.
go into the share button.
Okay, share button. Okay.
And then select the presentation.
Okay, wait a second.
Go to share screen at the bottom where is green screen. Then select what you want to present and say share.
Okay, wait a second. I'm so sorry.
Okay, Ish, you can unmute yourself meanwhile and you can talk.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, just give.
So Ish, what I found was that Amrita's presentation for a sleep was very good. She had actually we got Mohit here. Okay, Mohit, you can maximize this.
It's wrong. It's wrong.
Okay, take your time.
We have lost it, Mohit. Maybe you can send that. Okay, Mohit, what we can do, take your time.
Yeah.
We'll carry on with other people on here and we'll have you back because we still have time, okay?
Yeah.
Mohit, you can.
Meanwhile, we have a question from Dr. Amrita, if she is around. And if she can unmute.
She is around. Let's just see in a moment.
And I can see Ann also. Hi, Ann, how are you? Maybe if Nishit can unmute you, we also would like to hear your experience, Ann.
She's unmuted, Ish.
Okay.
She's unmuted.
Okay. Ann is my student from Holland again. She's from Rotterdam. And she is a health worker and a gem of a person, I would like to say. And very fortunate to see you, Ann. Maybe if you can share your experience, your journey into Ayurveda.
I want to thank you guys to welcome me in this Ayurvedic or Ayurveda Zoom meeting. Nice to see you and Dr. Pradeep. Dr. Pradeep look very healthy.
Thank you.
You can go less healthy. Gonna look nice on you. Dr. Ish, you look wonderful. My experience with Ayurveda is very nice because nowadays there's a lot of after the Zoom after the COVID, there is a lot of people who are coming for a second opinion, or they want to know how Ayurveda can help them to live a healthy life. And as we know, we in Europe, we use a lot of medicine. So nowadays people are a little bit skeptic about medicines, and there is a lots of question going around. There's a lots of topics that joined with medicines, artificial medicines. So if I could say from my experience, it is a very good outcome for Ayurveda in my working place.
Great.
Yes.
Yeah, because you are a paramedic, full-fledged paramedic, and you are practicing Ayurveda by choice. And I've seen your practice. You are doing wonderfully well. And I wish you all the best, and hope to see you more often for some maybe more discussions upon Ayurveda. And we would not let you out of Ayurveda, don't worry. So you won't be lost. So
no.
Sorry,
okay,
sir,
maybe
I just had to go. So yes, sir, you were. There's a question, I think.
yeah, there is a question for you, Dr. Amrita, regarding
is the way you sleep. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Direction of sleeping is much more related with the astronomy as well as the connection of the constellation and the stars, which is connected. But I think it is pretty scientific. It is believed that we should not sleep towards the head towards the north, and people also believe that we should not sleep towards with the feet towards the east, because the sun is considered as a god in Indian mythology, and your feet towards the east is not considered good. And while sleeping towards the north as a head, people believe that the magnetic field of the earth, they interfere with the body, and so basically they are responsible for creating problems like headache and other kind of issues. So this kind of science, which is related with the planets and the planetarian effects, because these planets were considered as the gods in the Indian mythology, and Ayurveda has a deep belief in these systems. So I think it might be affecting the elemental compositions of the Vata, Pitta, Kapha in connection with that. And therefore we must take care, and that kind of Vastu Shastra, which is the science where which room should be constructed in which way, should be taken care in mind.
Great, thank you. Maybe we have Dr. Mohit ready with his slides, perhaps? Not yet, Mohit? Okay. We had a hand raised from Dr. Patankar, if he wants to add some valuable input.
Very well presented by Amrita ji, but want to add one thing as my experience of 35 years. If we take any kind of sedative before dinner, it is more helpful. That is my search in for last 35 years. Because taking any medicine for IBS also, if we take it before dinner, the digestion of that medicine starts first, and then our food will start digestion. So that's why these are my simple thoughts. So very well explained by Amrita ji. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Right, sir. I am just very little in all these things in front of all of you, and it's a big learning platform for me rather than speaking on something. So I'm really privileged for that. Thank you so much. Namaste.
No, Amrita, your talks are highly appreciated every time. This is your second talk, and Neil can't wait for the session to end, and he's already expressing his gratitude, like how effective you have been. And we look forward to listening more from you more regularly, Amrita.
Thank you, sir. I just have an aim that whatever best I can explain to people or spread the wellness aromas around, it will be good on my part, and it is a big learning for me, in fact. So it's for my learning, that's it. So I'm privileged to meet you all. Thank you so much. Thanks
so much. Thank you. And there we have Dr. Mohit Sandhu.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Sorry, so sorry for the wait. So sorry. Actually, I get puzzled in the... Okay. So myself, Dr. Mohit Sandhu, and basically I'm from Himachal Pradesh. I'm working as an Akshar surgeon and a pain specialist in Medivan Ayurvedic Hospital here, multi-specialty hospital in Gurgaon. I'm also a member of APNA, and I'm also a member of Colorado Ayurvedic Association, and I'm also working with Brazil. So talking about, as I told you that pain management is very important and trending topic of nowadays, not in India, but in UK and in US too. So people want a drugless approach towards pain management. So I will talk about what is a pain physiology in Ayurveda, how Ayurveda told about the pain physiology, pain anatomy, and how we can diagnose the pain points using marma points. The marma points are very important clinically because Shushruta told very beautifully the anatomical phase of the human body through marma. So let's start with the definition of Agni Karma. So this is my favorite shlok. There are so many shlokas for Agni Karma in Ayurveda. Bhagavat says the different thing, Charaka says the different thing. But Shushru Samhita, as a surgeon, I like Shushru Samhita because it is very anatomically and clinically connected to the human body. So Twak Mas Sirasana Yuvati. It means that thermal cautery heat should be done in the presence of very severe pain to the skin, muscles, vein, ligaments, joints, and bones caused by Vata aggravation. Very, very important to understand the aggravation of Vata. There are 3 gunas in our body: Vat, Pit, and Kapha. Vat is very important role. There's an important role of Vata in pain. When Vata aggravated, it shows very different structures, and in different structures, it shows different type of pain in human body. Whether it is a muscular pain, whether it is an organ system of pain, whether it is a cellular pain. So telling about Agni Karma means the application of Agni, heat. Agni Karma involves a procedure whereby heat is transferred to the body using the metal rod or needle in an aseptic manner. So it is very important to understand these type of management on the OT, on the OT table or on the Shalya Kaksh. Shalya means surgery and Kaksh means the theater or the procedure room. Agni Karma has been described in the Ayurvedic literature of Shushruta Samhita, which is written by the legendary Vedic Indian surgeon Shushruta, referred to as the father of modern surgery, where he has described Agni Karma effect on disorder of Asthi, that is bone, Sandhi, that is joint, and Snayu, that is ligament and tendon, 5,000 years back ago. So it is possibly be very proved that Ayurvedic surgery and Ayurvedic non-invasive pain management we practiced 5,000 years back ago in Shushruta and Charak time. So this is some of the photo where this is one of my patient of cervical spondylitis, where I treat this patient within 45 minutes using 24 and 23 number of needle. We call it Suksham Chalaka. And in the first phase of the picture, we use a metal rod that called Agni Karam Chalaka. It made up of Panch Dhatu. It made up of 5 elements or 5 metal or 5 alloys, through which we transfer the heat from the skin to the internal muscle. I will describe today that how this heat transfer from the outer skin to the internal organ and to the internal muscle to open the muscle to treat the pain. Let's understand this, the physiology of. I think everyone knows about the pain physiology in modern sciences. You know about the dermatome, you know about the external nervous system, the internal nervous system, the central nervous system, and the brain. But very fascinating that Charaka and Shushruta told very beautifully about pain, that actually, what is pain? Pain is an uncomfortable feeling that tells us something may be wrong. It can be steady, throbbing, staving, aching, pinching, or described in many other ways. Sometimes it's just a nuisance, like a mild headache. So it's a normal, common definition. But in Ayurveda, pain is related as pida, vedana, ruja, shula, ruka, toda, veda, and vyatha, as defined is in coming table. In coming table, I will define that how the aggravated Vata dosha tells you the different type of pain in our body. You can see the table. See the Vedana. Vedana refers to the pain, torture, and agony. Pida, it refers to the pain, suffering, anonymous, harm, violence, damage to the muscles, unwillingness, deviation. So these are some examples of Pida, of Shotha, of Ruja, of Dukha. How fascinating Shushruta told that these type of Vata aggravation get connected to so different type of pain. So we can diagnose and we can differentiate the different type of vata into pain only. As a pain specialist, I will talk about the pain. Let's go to the next slide. Where the pain resides, very important. Pain residation. Charaka says that Vedana are prescribed by the mana, that is mind, that is brain, central nervous system, and Deha, that is body, involving Indriya, that is peripheral nervous system. Very important. Charaka beautiful told that how pain came in the existence, how earth, that is the objective to the subject, how came in the existence. It came from mana, that is mind, Deha, body, plus Indriya. When it collaborate with each other, it get connected to the pain, or it get connected to the palpitations. They are not perceived, very important, in Kesha, that is scalp hair, Loma, that is body hair, Nakagara, that is tip of the nail, Annamala, that is feces, and Andrava, that is urine. Charak, you can find in Charak Samhita Sutra Stans 1 and 136 shloka. You can find very fascinating that, see, on that period of ancient Ayurveda time, they told that pain cannot be feel in scalp hair, in body hair, in Nakagara, in the tip of the nails, in feces, in your body, and in your urine. You cannot feel the pain at all. And this is very fascinating. So for the precision of the pain, the role of Indriya along with the mind is very important. So I want to share some very minute view on the DNA and genetic level, on the cellular level, that the one word Atma, very important. Atma have a clinical significance in pain. When I used to treat the pain through needles, through my shalaka, through my instrument, I used to see that how Atma get connected to every cell and every tissue according to his indriya, his subjects, his objects towards the pain. It is very important. So I think, according to my research, that every cell and every tissue have its own covering of Atma with the Swarshan Indriya. Very important. Without Atma, body is a pind. Body is nothing. Body is dead. So there is a subjective of brain mapping with Atma. So 5,000 years back ago, Shushruta and Charak, like Acharyas, they defined the brain mapping and the neuro mapping with the definition of Atma. So Atma is a clinical word. It is not a type of ghosting. Second thing, how the pain is perceived, very important. We all know that from the dermatome, from the skin, when someone pinches, someone destruct our muscle, it goes from the external nervous system, then internal nervous system, then brain. But how Charaka told that, see, sense organ, dhyan indriya, Atma get realize of karma, Vedana, and buddhi. Very important. This is the sequence. See, what is the sequence? Sparshan indriya, yani the outer surface of the skin, to mana, to the neurons, the nervous tissue, the nerve ending, to buddhi, to the brain, and to Atma. Very important. We have to know that what type of pain came from us. The patient came to you that I've got a pain on my shoulder. I cannot pick my shoulder. I have got a pain in my cervical. I cannot move my neck. That is called the clinical aspect of Atma. Very fascinating. Sense organs, dhyan indriya, and functional organ, karma indriya, play a major roles in pain management. It is said that through Atma, that all the knowledge or information, and it is Bibu, that is spread all over the body. There are more than 1 lakh nadis and 1 lakh nervous tissues connected to each and every cell, and they have their own agni. They have their own atmic what I can say, the covering on their genetic material. So this is very fascinating that Charak and Shushruta told about how pain perceived and how pain goes from Sparshan Indriya, the outer surface of the skin, then Mana, then Buddhi, to the mind, and then Atma, to the objective of the pain of the subject. You whenever you touch some cold or some hot, there's a subjective of that. How you know about that is cold, that is hot. That is the prescription of Atma. That is the earth objective of Atma. That is very fascinating. Second thing, see, this is a practical reason how I can understand that how Atma works according to the cellular manifestation, whether it is a cell of muscle, that is myocyte, whether it is a cell of cardiac, that is pericardium or myocardium, whether it is a muscle of internal organs. So see, you can call it as acupoint. It basically, I want to say it is not acupuncture. Acupuncture came from Shushru Samhita, who goes from the Middle India to the northern India and to China, Beijing, because Akhand Bharata is from Australia to Afghanistan to England. So that is that was Akhand India. You know, we call it as Akhand Bharat. So in Akhand Bharat, Shushru Samhita get propagated to every state, every city of Beijing, China, and they call it Jing Zhang Zung. They call it acupuncture, and we call it Agni Karma. So I will define you how it connected with the ion channels. Ion channels are the Bahari Sparshan Indriya. They get connected to the nervous tissue. The nervous tissue is Buddhi, Mana. The Buddhi is brain, and then it get it secretes the hormones, endotropin hormones, and oxytocin hormones, happy hormones, sad hormones, anything. These hormones work as Atma. When these Atma knows the objectives of the pain and of the pressure, then Atma will get satisfied of the objective of the human body, of the cell, of the muscle, of the nervous tissue damage, anything. So this is we call Marma point. So Marma point, we have to define the Marma point in very a deep way. But before that, I will tell you, we used two type of instrument 5,000 years back ago, and right now we are also using these type of instrument in India. This is Panchaloshalaka, and second is needles. I used to treat patient my pain patient using 26, 23 and 24 needle. 26 number, I will tell you how I manage through 26 needle, and how I give heat through the needles from outer side to the inner side of the muscle. Let's go. Very important when people commonly when people come to the OPD and they try to know that how you diagnose the Marma, and people try to ask that Dr. Mohit, how to diagnose the Marma. So this is the answer, that we can diagnose the Marma through X-rays, through MRI. Very important example, Cricartica Marma. In Cricartica Marma, you can see this is the point where cervical spondylitis, cervical spondylosis, cervical stiffness you can find. Pons, from 3 to 4 centimeters down the pons and medulla region. So you can see the stiffness in the X-ray. You can see the abarth marma. The abarth marma is here from the from the frontal region of the skull. You can find it in the headache, in the vascular headache, in the migraine, in the abarth. You can find it. And apanga, you can find it in ocular stiffness. You can find it in the dacromyocystitis. In the diseases of eye. So yes, you can diagnose, or we are diagnosing these MUMs using CT scan, MRIs, and X-ray. But understanding these type of diagnoses, you have to understand what are Marma and what are there are 107 Marma, and we have to understand some important Marma on the OPD basis. Let's understand this. So what is Marma? I think everyone know about Marma, but everyone knows about Marma on a holistic basis, on a on a meditative basis. What I can tell you, that Marma are the points where you can find the anatomical position that Sushruta told before 5,000 years back. Marma is a collaboration, the meeting place of the 5 elements. Very important: muscle, flesh, that is masa, sira, that is blood vessels, arteries and veins, and snayu ligament. These all 3-4 things, the bone, the ligaments, the arteries, veins, all the things collaborate on the one axis. That point called as Marma point. Very important to know. These are the point when something hit with a force on this point, or you shot in this point, death will occur. This is the point of Marma. Very important shlok. Marma prana asti. Marma consists of prana, life. So I will tell you how to introduce the needle and how to introduce the shalaka, not in Marma, around the Marma. And always I notice one thing in my patient, that pain came from marma, not any part of the body. The pain came from marma towards 2 to 3 centimeters of the radius of marma. So we have to introduce a needle and we have to introduce the instrument around the marma, not in marma. As a natural phenomenon, I told you the pranas are seated at this place of collaboration because all the things, bone, ligament, arteries, veins, all the things are present on a one axis. And whenever you cut the marma and whenever you touch the marma, death will occur, profuse bleeding will occur. A great example I will give you: heart, hirdaya. Hirdaya is a marma, and we try to prevent cardiac surgeries because the heart is a marma. Whenever you try to touch the marma, whenever you try to disturb the marma, death will occur. Not today, not tomorrow, after 50 years, after 40 years, after 20 years, you will decrease the age of the patient using cardiac surgeries. So this is a very beautiful example of a marma. Therefore, any injury to the places leads to serious consequences depending on the structures involved in the marma. So there are basically 107 marma. So 10 you don't have to remember all the 107 marma, but I will describe some important marma on the clinical basis. Let's talk about the marma. So these are some points we work on the from the head to toe. These I will share the PDF to the group. You can see these points. Let's connect to the very important marma. Wait a second. Yes. First, very important, I will show the picture. Kshipra marma. The Kshipra marma is in between the hand, and in between the toe, in the foot. So very important, the Kshipra marma, how we can relate it with an anatomy. The marma situated between the big toe, thumb, and second index finger of the foot or hand. It is 4 in number, 2 in foot, 2 in hand. It is half angula pramana and klan pran hantarmanam. That means that when injury came to us, convulsions occurs, death can be occur. The marma is predominantly of Snayu. See, a very fascinating Shushra told about the this type of marma. It consists of Snayu. Snayu means ligament. The ligament structure present here. I will tell you what type of ligament and muscles present here in Kshipra marma, which is one of the constituent of the marma rachana. So modern anatomy, what modern anatomy tells about the Kshipra marma, the marma, there is anatomy particle Victo, I will tell you. Extensor hallucis longus, very important. Extensor hallucis brevis, dorsalis pedis artery. See, artery is also present, and flexor hallucis longus tendon. Tendon is also present. These are some structures who are present in the Kshipra marma. And what are the effect of injuries? If injury is occur in the lower portion of the body or in the hand, the convulsions can seen predominantly in the lower portion of the body or in the upper portion of the body. So this is very fascinating that Sushruta told about the Kshipra marma. If injury occurs there, if you cut the marma, or if injury or trauma occurs there, convulsions will be occur. Second marma, tal hirdaya marma. Tal hirdaya marma is between the hand and is between the toe. You can see very deeply, and the brush-like structure. I will tell you the consistencies of the brush-like structures. Tal hirdaya marma is situated in the center of the sole of the foot, in a straight line drawn from the root of the madhyam anguli. It is 4 in number, 2 in upper limb, 2 in lower limb. This marma is predominantly made of mass. It is classified under clan hantar marm, that it can cause death also and severe pain and stiffness. It is classified under, as I told you, the marma. It occupies space of half ungula dimension, only the half ungula dimension. But modern anatomy told about it, sole deep and superficial plantar arches. You can see these brush-like structures where the origination of the brush-like structure came from the arches. This is called the brush-like structure are called. So arches, very important. In the deep and superficial palmar arches covered with tendons, plantar and palmar aponeurosis. Aponeurosis is the biggest tendon in our body. So aponeurosis are also present. The lower extremity is more prone. There is a bacteria called Clostridium myositis. Myositis means the inflammation of the myocyte cells are called myositis. So this is not so predominantly equal to the Talhirdyamanam, but you have to know that there is a bacteria present in here if stiffness occurs. Effect of the injury to mum leads to severe pain and death of the severe pain followed by death, which happens gradually in the course of time. So this is very important. Third is Kurchmarma. Kurchmarma. See, Kurchmarma is in the distal part of the thumb. You can see the problem came, the carpal tunnel syndrome. Very, very important. You can treat if you know the Kurchmarma very commonly and very significantly. You can treat the carpal tunnel syndrome. A patient 4 or 3 days back ago, a patient came to me with a stiffness here, and it got diagnosed with carpal tunnel syndrome, and it goes through so many surgeries, tendon release surgeries. I go for Agni Karam with needles. I introduce the needle in this muscle, basically in this muscle, and patient relieved within 45 minutes only in one sitting. That is very awesome. That gives very awesome result to the pain, because you have to open the muscle only. Nerves automatically opens. So this is the basically the aim of the Agni Karma. Let's talk about the Kurchmarma. The name of Kurchmarma indicates like the brush. I told you the brush, like scattered one end and tied up from the this is a part of the brush. Brush. It's a part of a brush. This marma belongs to Sunayu. That is, it is a ligament, forungular in measurement, and the kallagar, it can cause death and stiffness. It is situated above the Kshipra marma on the both sides. Modern anatomy. This is bilaterally situated, probably constituted by Sunayu, that is ligament, and probably anatomical structure would be flexor, and extensor. That is extensor and flexor tendons coming out from the reticuli. And whenever you see the extensor and flexor, you have to know that yes, this is Kurchmarma. This is the Kurchmarma where problem can occur, stiffness can occur, and you have to go through Agni Karma. I will tell you in the coming form. It contains tendons on extensor digitorum brevis, extensor digitorum longus, extensor hallucis longus, and peroneus statoris tendon. Effect of injury. Injury to this mum causes irregular shape, twisting, twitching, and tremors, and conclusions. Let's talk to the next one very fastly. Kurchshir marma, very, very important. Kurchshir marma is distally in here. So the structures, what you can find, that it is tendon surrounded by the synovial sheath, passes through the extensor reticuli at the Kurchshir of the gulfa. That is ankle joint. Only the inferior reticulum covers the above two tendons, and extensor hallucis longus. The main, the same muscle as in the Kurchmarma and in Kurchshir marma. Injury to this marm cause severe pain and swelling or edema. Let's talk to the next one. That is Gulf marma. This is the Gulf marma. Ankle joint. Very, very commonly see the heel pain, or you can say the fasciitis, the sole fasciitis. 90% patient are affected with this sole fasciitis and a Gulf marma stiffness. What are the structures are present here? It is situated in the junction of the foot and the leg. It is 2 in number. It is predominantly made of sandhi. Sandhi means joint. See, you can see, Shushuka told that it's a joint and it's movable in the point. The Gulf marma described in Ayurvedic classes in junction of foot and leg, and trauma in this area causes pain, restriction of movement of limping, and the description draws the attention towards ankle joint. Very, very important. And whenever you see the ankle joint, try to concept that it's a Gulf marma. Structure following. What are the structures? Ankle joint, distal tubiofibular articulation, middle malleolar ligament that came from the knee, anterior ligament, longus ligament, deltoid ligament, posterior ligament, anterior talofibular ligament, posterior talocalcanean. Very, very important. We call it as calcanean spur. See, you can see the point. This point. The point, the curved point here, the calcanean spur is the main problem coming in ladies and in men's too. And believe me, there is no such treatment in modern sciences for calcanean spur. I have operated 4 to 5 patients of calcareans per with fasciitis in my college too. Dr. Pradeep, I think he knows well that I experimentize on my patient, and they get very much treated with Agnikaram. Within 45 minutes, they get so much relief. Their posture get relieved, and they can move easily, and the calcareans per basically it gets shifted towards the medial side of the ankle joint. And this is so fascinating to see the results of Agni Karma, I think. Effect of injury, the marma get injured, it can be fracture of the concerned bone or dislocation. Very, very important. Whenever patient came to you with the with non-movement of the gulf marma or the ankle joint, it can be fractured. So you must go for X-ray. As I told you, you have to diagnose the marma. You have to get the marma only through X-rays, because we are not same as our acharyas. They have a super ability of cranial capacity, 4,000 and 5,000 cranial capacity, but we have a cranial capacity of only 220 and 400 cranial capacity. So we have to think through the papers. We have to think through the X-rays. We have to think through the MRIs. So you have to diagnose what is the problem actually. You have to go for orthopedic surgeries or only a muscle stiffness, or I can go through Agnikaram. So referring the patient to other specialty is called as practice, I think. Second thing, this is Indrabasti marma. You can see this is the calf muscles of the hand and the basically the gastrocnemius or the leg. You can see the Indrabasti marma. In Indrabasti marma, you can see the superficial gastrocnemius, plantar and soleus falls, halicis longus, flexor digitorum longus, tibialis posterior. You can find so much muscles in this area, and many problem got from the sciatica, from gastrocnemius stiffness, Indrabasti stiffness. We called it as Indrabasti stiffness. What effect of injury? Injury to this area can cause profuse bleeding. Whenever, if you know about marma, you can go for Agni Karma. If you don't know about marma, you can never treat the patient or pain through Agni Karma, because if you puncture the artery, there is a profuse bleeding, and they will cause a death. They can cause a death because. Next thing, Janu Marma, very, very important, very, very famous. I think everyone know about it. Janu Marma, this is the Janu Marma, knee joint anteriorly and posteriorly. What are the structure? I think everyone know the structure are lateral tibiofemoral joint between the lateral condyle of the femur, lateral meniscus, and lateral condyle of the tibia. A medial tibiofemoral joint is a gliding joint, and a lateral medial joints are modified joint. Injury to knee joint cause internal dearrangement of the knee, osteoarthritis also, kind of arm bath, that is the arthritis of the knee is very important. See, very, very important to know. You can assist Agni Karma with the internal medicine. You have to increase the Agni to treat the arthritis and the rheumatoid arthritis. To reduce the pain, to treat the pain, you can use Agni Karma. I will tell you how to introduce the Agni Karma and to the needle in the around the marma and in the marma. Let's that. Eighth is Animarma. Animarma is very important. Animarma is basically from two finger from the Janu Marma, basically in the elbow and in the leg. So what are the structures in Animarma? The surface anatomy comprises up to tendon of quadriceps muscles in lower extremities. In lower extremities, in the lower extremities, like tendon protects the knee joint from the sliding. And basically the knee joint actually it glides when you move, when you locate from one one point to other point. These muscles, these marma support the Janu marma. So it write down that sliding during the full flexion and the tone and the strength of the muscle is responsible for the stability of the knee joint during various actions. Injury, action to these muscles is affected, the thigh becomes numb, and there is stiffness in the thigh if this marma is injured. Second is Urbi marma. This is called Urbi marma. You can see the shoulder type, or you can see the pelvic floor. It is Urbi marma. Let's talk to the Lohitaksh. Yes, Lohitaksh, the shoulder joint. You can say the shoulder joint. It is Lohitaksh marma, and to 4 to 5 centimeters lower down from the pelvic floor. You can see the Lohitaks marma. What are the structures? This is area of femoral triangle, which contains femoral artery, vein, and nerves. Yes, you can treat inguinal hernia and femoral hernia using Agni Karma. Very significant and very scientific. Let's talk about the bit up marma. This is bit up marma for the spermatic cord is present. See, you can see the spermatic plexus of veins, nerves of testes, and this basically used in infertility. See, let's talk very important part of this topic. What is Agni Karma procedure and how I treat my patient on my OT on my OPD level in Agni Karma. With Shalaka, very, very important. With the hot rod, patient should taken up for the OPD for the OT table from OPD table to the minor OT table for further procedure with laghu, light diet. Very, very important. Whenever you go for the Agni Karma procedure, Shushruta told that before that the patient should take laghu, that is light diet intake for the procedure. After that, patient should be light in the according to the affected part of the body, whether it is spine, whether it is prawn, whether it is lithotomy, any type of procedure based on the part, based on the stiffness. Before operating, patient should given a test dose for checking the reactivity of patient. Injection TT, very, very important. I told you this is the integration. Why I am using TT in my patient? For the safeness of the patient. But talking about 5,000 years back ago, they use Svedana and Abhyanga on the higher profile, because on that time they know about the marma, they know about the point. But nowadays there are so many massage centers, don't mind, but I'm telling the truth, there are so many massage centers. They used to massage everything, anytime, anywhere. So that is not a type of Abhyanga. So Shushruta and Charak told that Abhyang and Snehana and Svedana are the alternative form of the sterilization of the injections. So for the safeness of the patient, use TT, and I also use TT in pre-operative procedure with all sterilized instruments. Agni Karam, Panchalo Shalaka, I use Panchalo Shalaka basically, forceps, artery forceps, cotton and swab. Paint the affected area with the betadine or Jatyadi. I use Jatyadi to a while, alternate to the betadine. It is very, very good and efficient, greater than betadine. Solution with the rules of Agni Karam shape according to the Shushruta, touch the red hot Shalaka for a few seconds. After that, use aloe vera pulp or anti-worm cream on the spot. One can proceed the procedure with alternate day according to the patient. Very, very important. Shushruta told that in emergency condition, there are some seasons you cannot proceed for Agni Karma, but for that is called apatkalin chikitsa. In emergency condition, you have to proceed, you should proceed Agni Karma in trauma or in pain management anytime, whether it is night, whether it is day. So according to the patient, you have to go for alternate day, not every day. It take alternate day, one day later, one day later. This is the example of the Agni Karma Shalaka using in sciatica or using in knee pain. So the most important thing, the most important, the target what I get, that in diabetic patient you cannot use Shalaka, because the Shalaka it refers to Atidagd. It make a spot, it make a bond. Basically the bond cannot be managed in diabetic patient. So I used to treat my patient with needles. I will tell you how needles can be integrated with Agni Karma, and how heat can be transferred from the upper part of the needle to the lower part of the needle. This is very fascinating, and this is very, very significantly used in diabetic patient who got pain and stiffness in their body. There is no cut, there is no profuse bleeding, and there is no burn after the Agni Karma. Same pre-operative management should be done in the case with the needles too. Choose the needles according to the anatomical marma structure, whether it is 24, 23 number or 26 number. Insert the needle around 1 to 3 centimeters of the actual marma, because marma consists of prana, life. So don't go in the marma. After that, cut the upper part of the needle with needle cutter. Then give heat to the upper part of the needle around to less than 100 degrees or to 50 to 100 degrees. That is, we call it lal burn. Lal burn means we have to give the heat to the needle up to the red hot structure to the needle. That red hot structure convert from the heat energy to the metabolic energy and opens the structure of the muscle, and hence open the nerves of the nerves in the muscles, and hence it treat the pain in 15 minutes and 25 minutes, as I am seeing in my patient. So that red hot of the upper part of the needle convert mechanical energy, as I told you, in the metabolic energy. After 45 minutes of the procedure, gently out the needle with the help of artery forceps, gently. If blood came out, see, very important, if blood came out of the needle, gradually stop. If blood gradually stop, so this is called rakta mokshana. It works in a two form. One is pain management, and it can also out the bad blood from the body. But if there is a profuse blood bleeding, so then you I think you went for you rupture the maram, and when you rupture the maram, you have to cut the marma, you have to all the clot out, and you have to do the shrink chikitsa, that is cupping therapy on it. Those are the complicated treatment if you will go in the marma, or if you have a default to go in the marma, so you can do shrink chikitsa during that emergency case. Second, this is one of my case of cervical spondylitis, in which I go through the marma and patient relieved in between 45 minutes. I will tell you more patients. See, in case of tennis elbow, in case of sciatica, in sciatica, there is a beautiful results in which patient lived in between 45 to 50 minutes, and I see the results very beautifully. You have to open the piriformis muscle, and hence you can open the sciatic nerve. Basically, in knee stiffness, in case of scapular stiffness, in case of lumbar muscular stiffness is so common nowadays, the sitting job and the driving job. So we can, I think this is the non-invasive procedure, Ayurvedic procedure, that is safe, efficient, cheap, and very I think this will become a very famous treatment in India too, and in outside India too. I'm trying my best to correlate and tell all the people that how we can proceed Agni Karma for every acute and chronic pain management. So thanks a lot. Thank you so much, Dr. Ishi. Thank you so much, Dr. Pradeep ji is my guru, and Jai Dhanvantri, Jai Ayurveda.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohit. Very informative. And the procedure, for sure, a rider goes, is for the practitioners only, but very enlightening. Because the problem is, for the pain, you have to keep taking painkillers on and on and on. You keep on taking painkillers, you develop gastritis. Now you like your particular that muscle or bone pain, or you like your stomach pain from gastritis. You have to choose one pain. You cannot get rid of both. That is where, if under strict controlled conditions, under an expert like you, if this can be done, and within 45 minutes or within 45 days, if pain can be removed, the patient would really be blessed. We have got more expert comments coming from Dr. Patankar. If he can be unmuted, please, sir.
I think so. This come under Panchakarma, very nicely presented. So I am conducting Panchakarma workshop at our institute in Mumbai. So consent is the most important thing in any kind of Panchakarma, including Agni Karma or Vidya Karma also. In Maharashtra, Vaidya Gokte was very famous, and he used to, Vaidya Gokte, and he used to do this Vidya Karma by insulin needles also, and that is also very effective. And
Yes,
So
I used to.
it's,
Yeah, I used to do actually. I used to do with karma also in my OPD,
okay,
and very
okay,
beautiful result in migraine, in bath vriddhi in 15 minutes actually.
excellent,
So
excellent,
that's
excellent.
very great result. Yes.
Yes, yes. Very excellent presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patankar. And Mohit, your energy is awesome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
And Dr. Pradeep told me about that he has been a very brilliant student and he is full of energy. And we look forward to seeing you more often along with the Dr. Pradeep. So any and your presentation is required by some of the audience. If you can send them, then I will be circulating it to all the audience. And anyone has got a question for the three speakers or any other question if you have got, not only from the topics, you can please raise your hand and then Nishit will unmute you and we can have some interaction. The three formal talks are over by now, and the floor is open for because this is the first time we are meeting. I heard a lot about Dr. Oscar. I can see him around, but never happened to have a word with him. So maybe if we can take this opportunity, and if the admin allows everyone to unmute one by one and come up with a small introduction with their connection to Ayurveda. And maybe Dr. Pradeep, if you have got some inputs regarding Mohit's talk.
Of course, Dr. Ish, as usual, I seen him doing the Agni Karma personally with the patients, and he's a very nice guy doing these things and with very full confidence. And as he's saying, he has seen the results in 45 minutes. Even I have seen this once on myself. So it is a reward for him, and that's all. He's a nice presenter. Thanks, Mohit.
Thank you, Guruji. Thank you, Guruji. Thank you so much.
God bless.
And I take this opportunity till we have some questions popping in or some hand raises if we can see. Vata dhrite nasti ruja. The pain cannot be without Vata. Vata being the most powerful dosha. And anything coming from Vata, we have to be like double alert. We cannot ignore it. Because Vata in no time would destroy you. Literally, it would destroy organs, it would what not can it do. That is where against Vata conditions we have to be very, very particular. And pain is the commonest presentation which comes from Vata. So very nicely explained, Dr. Mohit, once again. Maybe if we, because I know some of the speakers, some of the audience, but I do not know some of them. This can be a right opportunity to have an introduction, please, if that can be allowed, Mr.
So Ish, Oscar is here. Oscar has got a lot of experience, so shortly I'll be unmuting him. Before I do that, Ish, Mohit, your presentation was very thought-provoking. So next time we do it landscape with more pictures and less writings, so the consumer can pick it up. But Ish,
actually, I think, sir, I made a new presentation for this, but I lost the presentation on my phone.
Don't worry, Mohit, don't worry, because you are part of the internal team, permanent team. Pradeep and Ish has got so much faith in you, and today I noticed myself that particularly because you mentioned sciatica at the moment, that is what the physiotherapists and the chiropractors, so who are professionals specially trained for the non-Ayurveda people, Ish, I think Mohit should be put in touch with Dr. Lalit Soda, our resident chiropractor. And I think together we should actually produce a paper just for spine and sciatica, which is separate, because once you do a nerve operation, it can go either way. So if we can go non-invasive Ayurveda way, that will be very useful. So Mohit, what we are going to do, we'll connect you with Dr. Lalit Soda, who is from United Kingdom, a very senior chiropractor. Let us create a paper, and then Pradeep, you and Ish, if you can supervise that, we can have a methodical presentation, including pictorial for consumer level, so they can avoid going to surgery until unless surgery is final designation, otherwise they are finished. So welcome, Mohit, very well done.
Thank you.
Oscar, unmute yourself and say hello to the world.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear, go ahead, over.
Can you hear me fine?
Loud and clear, go ahead, over.
Lovely. Well, thank you very much for inviting me to this forum. It's been quite interesting listening to the speakers and everybody's background. For me, I'm very new to Ayurveda, so when you say I'm experienced, it's not in so much the Ayurveda field. I'm experienced in the general conventional medical field. I've been practicing as a GP for 30 years. I've retired as a GP. Now I'm in my mid-50s, and I've started a journey in learning Ayurveda the year before last. So in my second year of learning with Dr. Deepika at the Ayurvedic Institute in the UK. So this is very interesting to hear specialists and practitioners from India and listen to their approach to the common problems that we experience and that we learn about in Ayurveda. And I must admit, for me, it's been a very, very, and it still remains a very interesting journey. I think Ayurveda has come into my life at a very opportune time, and I think, in fact, there's a case to be made for Ayurveda as it cannot solve all our problems at this moment in time, but it does seem, particularly in the West, that we are suffering a lot of diseases, both physical and mental, because of the way we live and the way we eat. And it does seem that we have to look at everything that we do in our lives, and for people to have a greater understanding of what we do and how it affects us through an Ayurvedic perspective is a very valuable thing, not only as a practitioner, but as a patient.
So, Oscar, Oscar, what will be very exciting and important is, because you are a UK-based GP, and you've got a methodical way how NHS works and how GP works here as well, I would like to formally introduce you to Professor Ish Sharma, who is presently in Mauritius, but he's also from the Indian Ayush Ministry, Ayush meaning life and wellness, one of the only countries that actually started. So you will now have his number on your WhatsApp in a moment. Keep in touch with him, and let's see how we can brainstorm to bring some sort of mini blue and white papers, because we are already in advanced stage. We have got APGG, all parliamentary group here in UK, which are also part of our team. But Ish is the producer for Ayurveda episodes at Healing Our Earth. And Healing Our Earth has got simple motto: to unite people, to bring love, peace, unity, knowledge, and harmony amongst the earth. So that's our thing. So you will be very useful, Oscar. And as you mentioned, you are fairly new to Ayurveda. We have got various experts here in separate departments. Ish will actually, if there's particular field you like, Ish will route you to the right people. And I'm here as well in UK, in London, so you can always pick up a phone and call. So welcome. Stay around.
Thank you very much.
Oscar, this is the discussion rounds. Just stay around. I'm going to bring Ish. I'm going to bring Sanjay from Kampala in Uganda. He is not an Ayurveda expert, but he has mastered something that he wants to share, which is particularly allopathy and Ayurveda. Why one better than the other? Sanjay, hello from Kampala, Uganda. If you can unmute yourself.
Yeah. How are you, all of you?
Hi, Sanjay.
Fine. My name is Sanjay Thakkar, and I'm myself is civil engineer, and also I am an Indian Association Joint Secretary and Lohana Community Chairman here in Uganda. So I am particularly also RSS, RSS, Hindu Swayamsevak Sangh. I am PRO there. So we want to promote, indirectly we are promoting here Ayurveda and our culture against the allopathy. I am not prepared to speak much about it, as I told him, but the concept is the Ayurveda is the best thing in for treating most of the cases which we have forgotten since olden days. So we are all to promote that one, as I have given the concept that Ayurveda in Africa is a new concept which we can promote it by the help of the doctor. Even I have been hearing Dr. Mohit also so much deep knowledge So which in Uganda, particularly local African people, if they accept it and if we promote that one, it will be really nice for us and it will be helpful to everyone. Most of the people, they don't know it here. People like us only who can promote this one. In East
Great.
Africa also.
Great. So Sanjay, Ish, I would like to tell you something.
Yes.
So I have appointed Sanjay as our coordinator for Healing Our Earth in Uganda. Sanjay has also got good contacts with ministries by virtue of the fact that he is also a chair and also the whole of Uganda in various organizations. Sanjay is going to take your white paper for what you've done in Mauritius with the schools, present it both to the health and education minister. So he will be your contact. Each one of you have got your each other's numbers. So this is once again it, Healing Our Earth. We multiply, we share the knowledge, we bring the energy together, and it becomes beautiful. So Sanjay, later, maybe in a couple of weeks, Ish will give you a better blueprint that we can exploit positively, okay?
Yeah, I know all the ministries, Ministry of Education and Sports here, also which are, there is a Makerere University, which is called British time Harvard University of Africa. So we can, I know the Dean University people, all the top doctors, everyone, we can take advantage of Ministry of Health also.
So within, Sanjay and Ish, within our Ayurveda, we are now going to break sleep, for example, separate, obesity separate, proper food eating habits separate. And you heard that Dr. Amrita, who was here, who will actually be presenting a next proper presentation for the sleep at a consumer level. Again, Sanjay, you can present to Makerere University and maybe they can be visiting faculty. Pardeep over here is actually in Australia, right? His country of domicile is India. Right now he's in Australia. And thanks to him because it's very early morning over there, but he's still here because he's good to us. And I think we can share some papers that we can share with universities, and Oscar and Ish and Pardeep can also create maybe a British standard presentation, because Oscar being new but loves Ayurveda, but being from GP, he might be able to give an alternative view as how he would like to receive, where would be a general format for us for the UK consumers to receive. Ish, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sanjay, Dr. Oscar. Just to update you what we have been doing in Mauritius. The government of India sent me to Mauritius to promote Ayurveda, and the government of India, Ministry of Ayush, takes Mauritius as the launch pad for Ayurveda into Africa mainland. Now, what we could pull off in Mauritius was very much like a duplicable, what can very easily be repeated in one country and maybe every country. What we did was to offload the burden of non-communicable diseases, because unfortunately in Mauritius, when we compare the global average with the world average when it comes to non-communicable diseases, Mauritius is having 2 to 3 times the NCD prevalence. Obesity, for example, there has been a health survey in 2020 which quotes 73% of Mauritian population is overweight. 55% is having diabetes or pre-diabetics, which is like way ahead when it comes to global figures. Now that is where, how to do it. Ayurveda was very clear. Ayurveda has thousands of years back told non-communicable diseases do not come to go back. They are very loyal. Now, prevention is not better than cure. Prevention is the only cure. We can keep suppressing blood pressure, diabetes, X, Y, Z, but there is no cure when it comes to NCDs. Now, that is where I happen to see Honorable Vice Prime Minister Ma'am, who happens to be the Education Minister as well in Mauritius, and I suggested to her, why to wait till they are taken ill, till they have diabetes and then they go to the best diabetologist? No, that formula doesn't work anymore, I believe. So we have to catch them young, and I suggested to introduce Ayurveda diet and lifestyle at the primary school curricula. to which
Oh,
Mauritius being a very small country, within 3 months, the Mauritian parliament approved the idea. And now Ayurveda and yoga have gone to the primary school curricula in the textbooks of health and physical education. That is where, when the kids are into their habit forming years, they should not be fascinated with pizza, burger, cola, etc. They should be fascinated with vegetables and right eating. Because Ayurveda says diet is the most potent medicine. The most potent medicine is not methotrexate or any steroid or strongest painkiller. No. The strongest medicine, the most overlooked, the most underrated is food. Now, keeping this thing in mind, I have trained 500 health educators in Mauritius who are with the Ministry of Education. In turn, these health educators would be training and teaching the students who are in the age bracket between 5 to 11 years of age. Now, this is such a model which can be duplicated, which should be duplicated, which should be availed by every government. It should be implemented at as many places as possible. And Africa mainland already being a prime target when it comes to the Ministry of Ayush Government of India, it would be the easiest, because convincing NHS through Dr. Oscar or convincing USA or France or Germany might not be that easy, as easy it has been in Mauritius, or as easy as it can be in Uganda, for example. So let's start. It's easy or difficult. We have to start with you, Dr. Oscar, Mr. Sanjay, and I believe this is a very important social responsibility, a give back time where we have to take a fresh look, especially when it comes to non-communicable diseases, and where a reactive medicine no longer holds good, and we have to be more predictive and preventive than being merely reactive. Okay, we have Dr. Rajiv Gupta coming in. Yes, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think I agree. One of the important things that should have happened is about people thinking very well ahead. So as you mentioned, that a young population should be taught or explain the value of what they should eat, what should they think, and how they should become better in their future life, including the professional life. So in UK, we have this program which I'm afraid I have been extremely busy over past few weeks because of the extreme workload. I'm primarily allopathic practitioner, but I have been listening patiently about the good of Ayurveda all day, and I think it's to be complemented. And the program that we have designed and planned was eat well, think well, and be well. And there is a whole document that's getting ready, and that would be extremely good. I hope we will launch that in next few days. So I think it'll be good that we have multiple countries actually subscribing to the concept and to bring the value of implementing the right education about eating and thinking and becoming cohort, professional and productive. So it will not only change the whole generation in terms of the obesity, because that's one of the biggest rising problem. However, also the mental health, which is the second biggest rising problem. And the third is that countries have seen a downfall in economy. So if people will become more productive through this whole process, it will change the whole world together. And that is actually one of our themes of healing our earth, how we change through small efforts the bigger aspects of the countries and economy and the whole world. So I think it's really good to hear, and congratulations to Professor Sharma for bringing together. I think it was a good youth program, particularly Amrita was very, very good. in her deliberation. And I think particularly what the sleep was so valuable and important. And also Mohit about the Sarma. I know him about the Agni Karma, which he does, and he invited me to his center, but unfortunately on this India trip I couldn't go. But I must say that these all aspects are important, and I think as it was mentioned, bringing allopathy with Ayurveda together, we are having some meetings, and we hope that we will bring people together. We had some meetings, and I think there are some conceptual differences, but instead of going into the conceptual differences, we should try and bridge them and bring where we are together and actually start from that and where there is similarity of the two and actually take that further forward. So I think it'll be good. And if in Kampala something has been done, we will be delighted to see it. And we are all working together, Ish and us and other countries as well, and Pradeep. So I think it'll be good to see. So I just wanted to record that it will be good for us to do those. And thank you so much again.
So let me introduce let me introduce Rajiv to people who may not know. He is the integrated health episode producer, which was started earlier last year. And from there, we broke out into obesity, eating habits, Ayurveda, because we got so many experts. So Oscar, if you look on your WhatsApp, you have the WhatsApp number of Ish, Rajiv, and Pardeep, who you can brainstorm. It's fine. You don't have to be an expert or anything. Just brainstorm as a UK GP who suddenly has taken interest into Ayurveda, so they can now engage how to bring sessions that would appeal to people in United Kingdom, because we have got a huge following in UK. Next is America, then comes India, then comes Philippines, Thailand, etc. So stay around, Oscar. You'll meet a lot of people. Amrita, while you are there, there was actually a question on a Facebook from Hitesh Mandalia.
Yes, sir.
He was very keen. I think if you read it, then you can just speak.
I haven't read the question.
Let me read it for you. It's,
sure, sir.
It's here on a Facebook from Hitesh Mandalia on the Facebook, and it says, how can Ayurveda support somebody who has got anorexia or eating disorders? Now, it doesn't come into sleep, but you did mention that if you don't sleep, then you will be binge eating. And the cases of eating disorder have risen considerably in United Kingdom after COVID lockdown. Your thoughts from a sleeping point of view, how it can help them?
Sir, actually, the anorexia nervosa is a very common problem in Western culture, and even in India, in many of the metropolitan cities where people and the youngsters are full with jobs and they survive on coffee and just some stimulants, because of which sometimes people get adrenaline rush out, and because the stress is so much that the enzymes in the stomach which have to digest the food, which means the pitta which has to work, is not able to work properly because the vata has increased so much, means the air element has increased so much that the digestive fire has been completely subsided. And due to that, because if the see, the body is very intelligent to know a lot of things. So for the body, it has produced a toxin, and for that the food is a toxin now, and it has been taking it out, because for it is a normal, not a normal nutritious diet, because the mind is triggering it to stimulate it as a poison and think about it and then throw it out. And so anorexia nervosa is a mental condition which can be very much cured with sleeping and dietary habits and calming your mind. So there are a lot of herbs as well as treatments that we have in Ayurveda, and a very good concept that can be explained, by which medical side through herbs, through holistic healing, through yoga, through meditation, through your right thinking and calming your mind. And how do you modify your lifestyle? That also makes a big difference. If somebody is having a coffee, doesn't mean everything suits me, so I'll be having it. And it might be there that a coffee makes me have insomnia and I'm not able to digest it. So there are a lot of small things which are linked with anorexia nervosa. Apart from all these parameters, we have a lot of herbs that work on ampachak, we have herbs that work for agni deepan, we have herbs that work on calming the mind, many therapies that work together. And all these things are important. Equally important first is to correct your lifestyle. So the person has asked about anorexia nervosa but haven't told what is his lifestyle. So that is very important. If he's doing night shift jobs, that is very common. If he's on very high diet with the these kind of stimulants, again, these kind of things are very common. So vata has to be subsided and staying happy is very important.
Thank you, Amrita. You answered it succinctly. It helps. Amrita, while you are on the line, because to all the people concerned over here, we actually are not just on the Zoom, we are live on many channels like Facebook, Periscope, YouTube, website. We've had good report about your sleep presentation. I think the next level we are going to do that. Let's make a nice PPT and a compendium for a consumer level where they can take it very easily as a tip. So I think we can then share it with social media apart from Zoom and just YouTube and Facebook. So if you could start working on that specifically, again next week, next Sunday, where Ishi is conducting another session, let's bring sleep as a particular subject again, because it seems that sleep, obesity, and healthy eating seems to be the talk of the current generation. I think it will be very useful. So, Amrita, if you can work on that, stay on the line here. Oscar, if you can unmute yourself. I'm going to ask Oscar what he gains at the moment from our group. Oscar, just before you speak, Rajiv, meet Sanjay Thakkar here. Sanjay, one of the things I would like you to take to the Health Ministry of Uganda, and particularly to the diet departments over there, because African are also suffering from obesity. Rajiv will share the Eat Well, Be Well, Think Well solution to you within 2-3 weeks. You will be part of that group, and Ish will guide you how that can be combined with the school garden project, where you actually grow your product, become eco-friendly, plant-based, and you feel the ownership of your eating, that you are growing and you are eating your own products. So say hello to Rajiv and Sanjay. You got your numbers with each other. Oscar, so far, what do you think? And take it over, Ish.
Yeah, it's fascinating to listen to people from different parts of the world and their experience of Ayurveda and their so if we're in my obviously coming fairly late and I'm new to Ayurveda, my experience is limited in that perspective to my lecturers and the people who work with the course and patients I've seen through my study. So it's very interesting to see and to hear other people's experience and their knowledge, and also their goals and aims for the future, which is really fascinating, because I particularly the school-based initiative. I think there's a lot of interest in an area like that, because the biggest changes can be made through preventative kind of public health, large-scale projects, rather than say individually through consultations with patients. It's a much slower process like that, where you're spreading the word via patients from one-to-one, one-to-one encounters. So yeah, it's very early yet, but it's very exciting. I'm really interested in how it is going to develop. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr.
Yeah.
Oscar. Yeah, wonderful. And Yes, Neil, are you there? Okay. So thanks to you, first of all, like Soraya, Ann, and Jacinta, you are hanging for so long. I did not like expect your availability, you know, for all the session. Thank you very much. And maybe we can invite Jayant for his comments, if because he is our regular speaker. And then we have Daksha, because food again was an important discussion today. And if we have got maybe we have one J Siva from Holland, like to whom we are not introduced yet.
So we have Jayant Kula here, who actually practices Ayurveda and yoga, and he's a mixologist of very good integrated health. Jayant, welcome, and Ish, take over.
Thank you. Namaste, everyone. I would say I try my best to act as a bridge between all you, the experts, and general people, so we all can together take this good wellness to people around. I was so happy to hear such good webinars from all the 4 people which today presented, and it was a very learning opportunity for me also, and looking forward to attend more in the coming weeks.
Thank you very much, Jayan. And yeah, we can see J Siva. If you can know a bit about you, if you can you unmute yourself? Okay, yeah, please.
Sure, yes. What would you like to know?
We are meeting for the first time. Like, are you into Ayurveda, or what are you doing? So maybe a brief intro about yourself, maybe.
Sure. I'm interested mostly. I've heard about it through my family primarily. When I was young, my father used to take me to an Ayurvedic doctor whenever we had any issues. So I haven't studied it formally. I mostly kind of know it from my family, and I'm interested in learning more. I'm a trainer, facilitator I'm very interested in the topic of healing our world. That's what intrigued me to kind of want to check this out. But I do it in the climate area, and I training in anti-oppression, anti-racism, communication, conflict resolution. That's my field of work.
Great. And you are from Netherlands, right?
At the moment, I'm in the Netherlands, yes.
Okay, great. Okay, we are nearing the conclusion for the day. And anyone has got something to share, or?
Ish, it is only 4:30 to only 6:30. We still have got plenty of time.
Okay.
We are going to roughly to your 8 o'clock to your time. So you still have got more than an hour now, and we can have Jayant actually presenting, because Jayant brought in a very good calming session, last time, and he was talking more about yoga, but the coolness that yoga brought and his integration of Ayurveda in it. We got Surya still here, Annie still here. Ish, you can maybe communicate with them, and then Dr. Rajan can give inputs, and you can.
Yeah, I recall with Surya, we did plan to launch some Ayurveda activities in the USA. We did brainstorm sometimes, but then we somehow could not pull that off. And then there was COVID, and this is high time to reconnect to you, Surya, and we will keep the things open, and we will explore more. We were having Mamta Agrawal over here, Surya, again from New Jersey. She left an hour ago. So we were discussing the other day that we three, like you, me, and Mamta, should be launching something in the New York area, New Jersey area. So she will be contacting you soon, and we have got much more to offer now. So let's see. And we will, of course, I believe you are not doing full-fledged Ayurveda. You could be into some other job. So we will require some of your time for Ayurveda, and so that you can propagate it to your local society.
No, of course, Dr. Ish. And see, the US is huge. So we have to start with at least one state and then go slowly. Even though if we want to bring it to the health, to the health department, because I'm very surprised, and it's beautiful how you got it there in Mauritius already, in the health department and in schools. And that was always my thought too. Like, we have such a beautiful background, in the Sanskritam, and it should already start in Bharat, like already in schools, the Ayurveda and what more, even yoga, and if it can slowly start also coming to the West in schools, that would be amazing, because it's not only Mauritius which is suffering from obesity and stuff, but also here, obviously. But yeah, we have to start small and then spread it out.
Yeah, we will duplicate the simple model, and irrespective of where do we reach or what do we gain or not, or succeed or fail, irrespective of the outcome, we just have to make a nice start, and that we'll be doing very soon, Suraya, with you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ish.
Then we have got Dr. Amrita Sharma wanting to share something. Yes, Amrita.
Sir, actually, firstly, I wanted to congratulate you on your effort, because that is one of the very big efforts that you have been doing staying at Mauritius. And I'm really proud that you are my mentor. And so because every small effort which is made on global scale is really huge. And you have initiated for such a new program, the way you have been explaining, it's really marvelous. So I would hands off to you for that, first of all.
Thank you.
And
Thank you so much.
Secondly, I would like to congratulate the team, because they have been putting up the platform where globally people can talk and share about how the concept of this ancient science can be brought to the commons and utilized by the commons. Because till now, whatever has been taught or been taken by the people abroad is being taught in very exotic environments or at the places where a common person cannot afford and they don't understand. And a lot of fantasies are also being linked with Ayurveda in the sense of Vata Pitta Kapha or massages or Panchakarma and things like that. And a lot of myths and misunderstandings have also been brought up with that. So it is, I think, our duty to clear those misunderstandings, to bring a platform which is very transparent, as well as utilizing that transparent platform for helping people and integrating the other kind of traditional medicine around the globe to what common things we have and what kind of things we share on the basis of flora, fauna, on the basis of the terms of concepts. Because I moderate a lot of conferences on traditional medicine, and we talk globally about, we meet a lot of people globally, and what I see that the concept is the same. Actually, the energy is the same and things are same, but it's said in different ways, and my way of saying is something else, and there's somebody is saying in something else. So that kind of platform has to be cleared on the basis of language and the basis of understanding, and making it very simpler for everybody to understand and take it over on their table and their bed, actually. So that's very important.
Very rightly put, Dr. Amrita. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke like a few months back, Ayurveda is India's gift to the world.
Yes, sir.
So we are no more having any plan to like contain it to India, and we have to, because Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam is the old Sanskrit saying, the whole world is our family, and we have to gift this this health gift to all and everyone. And I believe from my personal experience, like going globally, like for last 20 years, I'm more than sure not every city, every street, or like everyone requires Ayurveda. There is no replacement, because this is so holistic, and this corrects your diet, your lifestyle, your a few herbs which grow around you, as you told, like local flora, and then periodic Panchakarma detox, yoga, meditation, etc. It is a complete like social science, a complete life science. It is not a a medical science per se, like, okay, if you are not taken up ill, then you are not for Ayurveda. No. It starts much before you, and an Ayurveda doctor can be consulted if you are very healthy to stay that way. So really very important input, Dr. Amrita, and thank you for your kind words. And can Dr. Mohit unmute and share his thoughts?
Yes. Talking on the topic of Dr. Amrita, she talked very well about the Ayurvedic clock. But I want to share my experience as I talk to the students in Brazil and in US too. So I want to share that this is very important to understand to the integration of Ayurveda in US, the city like New York, Las Vegas, Los Angeles, California, because the main question that arises that how we can set Ayurvedic clock to the New York time, how we can set the Ayurvedic clock to the Brazil time. So this is the very minute manifestation we have to work on setting of Ayurvedic clock on the New York time, on the Brazilian time, on the Italian time, because it is very important to understand the evolution of 5,000 year back, how Earth is revolving, or, how Moon is revolving in its orbits, because there is so much shift in the orbit of Earth, and this shift affects the Panch Mahabhut elements of the human body and the outside the body, because there's a very beautiful shlok, tat pinde tat brahmande. Our inside is the body is equal to outside are the body. So this is very important to understand the balance of Ayurvedic clock of the environment and the patient living in New York, whether he is in Brazil, whether he is in India or any part of the world, because I think healing, if we want to increase the age, if we have to heal the earth, we have to work on these special minute things: Ayurvedic clock, ahar vihar, nidra, the pillars, bath, pit, kapha, according to the stage, according to the bath, pit, kapha of environment. Because if we unlock these processes according to the patient, according to the human being, so I think we can unlock any chronic disease on an endemic process. So this is my feeling, actually.
Indeed. We have Dr. Patankar willing to add some value to this. Dr. Rajan, please.
Yes. Myself and Madanji discussed these things so many times about the Prakriti, the climatic conditions, and the food habits, and also the plants which were grown in those countries. The most important things to regulate or to teach the people of each country as per their climatic conditions regarding do's and don'ts from Ayurvedic point of view. Then another thing I would add to all of your suggestions, that public awareness about the proper Ayurveda is nowadays need of the hour, and not only all over the world but in India also, because as told by previous speakers also, the myths about the Ayurveda should not be there. So authentic Ayurveda and documented Ayurveda must and should be presented in front of the common people. That is need of the hour. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patankar. Nishit is there wanting to ask something, or if any friend has got something to share, then kindly unmute and come up, please.
A global namaste to everybody.
Hi, Nishit.
Hi, it's a wonderful session today. It's very, very engaging and interesting. I had a couple of questions, and I'm just going to pass it on to the floor. So, if I can just have a quick recap, what are the key principles of Ayurveda that can help people improve their health and well-being?
Okay, is this the one question, Nishit? Can I go ahead with the answer?
Yes. I've got about 3-4. But
okay.
Yeah,
we quick fire, in quick succession, we answer them in like as brief as possible. The Ayurveda principles to stay healthy. We will not be going into academics like what are Panch Mahabhuta, Vata, Pitta, Kapha, which layman doesn't know and doesn't interest him, and he is not going to invent the whole, thing again and read everything for 5 years. The most important takeaways for a layman from Ayurveda viewpoint is the most important, again I'll be telling, is a correct diet plan. Right eating is very, very important. And the biggest myth with food is we share a very complex relationship with food. Our first question is, if we are very, very aware, if we are very enlightened, what should I eat? Now there is a question before this: should you eat or not? Overeating is killing more people than starvation is killing. We all are dying of overeating. We have never experienced what is hunger. We never gave this body a time to feel hungry, and unfortunately, we are having food. Unfortunately, we are having money, so we go on eating. We are happy, then we eat. We are sad, then we eat. There is a business meeting, then we have to meet on lunch, Anyhow, we have to eat, and eat. Now, overeating, Ayurveda says, why do we age? We age, there is one theory which is the most comprehensive, is the free radical damage. The free radical damage theory of aging. Oxidative stress theory. Now, where do oxidants or free radicals come from? The two most important sources are food and stress. If we are putting in more food, the more food we process, the more food our system processes, it produces more free radicals than our SOD and other defense mechanisms can handle. And free radicals are responsible for all the diseases. So my first takeaway for a layman from Ayurveda would be right eating and intermittent fasting. Periodic fasting is very, very important. You have to find ways and means to reduce your calorie intake. That is very, very important. And for this, intermittent fasting in another format, you could all be knowing about Professor Ohosumi, who got the Nobel Prize for the year 2015, or was it 16? I'm not sure, about autophagy. The autophagy Nobel Prize was given. Why was this Nobel Prize given to this Japanese scientist? What he did was, he took some yeast model, baker's yeast, what we make bread of. He developed some diseases in that yeast fungi, and then he did not feed them for 8 hours. After 8 hours, he could see under a microscope that the yeast, microbes, were eating away their own diseased portions. The inclusion bodies in the cells were eaten away, and they got rid of their diseases because they were not fed, because those were not given food. In the same manner, Ayurveda says, I'll not be going through the shloka in Sanskrit because that we might not be all might not be understanding. We have a digestive fire. If we keep that fire busy with food, it would never be redirected to combust, to destroy our toxins. But if we do not give food to the body, the same fire, Agni, would be redirected to our ama, our toxins, our free radicals. So rightful eating from Ayurveda, and one size won't fit all. One kind of intermittent fasting, or one kind of food volume or food type, because one size won't suit all. That is where you have to find what is your food type, what does best suit you. And so this is very, very important. And maybe we can take up the next question. And Nishit,
really interesting. Dr. Rajan, Mr. Rajan?
Yes, it's one thing. Nowadays, we had taken one program in our very big company, that is Kirloskar company in India, because what we say or what we suggest, we people and the people in companies or in offices having their food at lunchtime, not when they are hungry. So that is the basic problem. So we had taken up a project that we told them to flexible their lunchtime, which is previously at 1 o'clock, in between 1 to 3. So when a person feels hungry, he can have his food, and they had come up with 47% of their output very good within 3 years. So not to take a lunch at lunchtime, but when you feel totally hungry, that is most important, as told by Easy also. Thank you.
Great.
Fabulous.
Yes,
So yes,
Nishit, yeah.
I've heard about this, process of intermittent fasting. I do practice it myself. So we have early dinner by around 7:15. Then I'd have my next meal at around 11:30 or 12 the next day. That's the level of intermittent. I don't go overboard. I know people do like 24 hours, 48 hours, 72 hours, and so on. But for me, on a practical level, this seems to work for me. So we've learned over the course of this afternoon how Ayurveda can help people treat, maybe even or deal with chronic conditions like diabetes, hypertension, arthritis, etc. But what are some of the common misconceptions about Ayurveda, especially in the Western world, and how can they be addressed?
I can't say what are the misconceptions. If you put forward some misconceptions, then surely we can take them up, because we're not coming from the Western world. We might not be knowing. So
for example, a lot of people here are sort of more trusting in allopathic medication. So, for example, they may think that Ayurveda is not a proper science with validation and scientific evidence, etc., because that case has not been made here yet. And therefore, the trust level in Ayurveda as a safe and effective alternative to allopathic medicine is what I'm looking at. And there may be other misconceptions as well, but this is mainly what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I take this up. We have researches going on, and those are from the Western perspective, and those have been published in like most reputed medical journals. So there are clinical researches, there are evidence-based medicine. There is a full government mechanism. The government of India is only pushing those statements which are evidence-based. So it is not like some statement coming from me or you. You know, we might be having some other like other goals or other objectives. When it is coming from a body as neutral as the government of India, Ministry of Ayush, we have got loads of scientific papers which are evidence-based, and but yes, the Western world is opening up when it comes to Ayurveda. As we see the Indo-UK 2030 roadmap, the UK government with the government of India has come up with one Indo-UK roadmap 2030, where on at the agenda number 32 and 33, they have taken up promoting Ayurveda in the NHS and in whole of the UK. So I believe they are more opening up. We have to be more patient, and we cannot be criticizing as put up by Dr. Rajiv Gupta that one is good, the other is bad. You know, nothing like that. We all we are holistic, we are comprehensive, we are inclusive. So we have to take the goodness of all and pass it on to the populations.
And Rajiv, you can make a comment on that. Nishit, Rajiv will be best because he's from United Kingdom, he is from Ayurveda, he is from NHS, and he is part of this stuff. Rajiv, your comments to Nishit in regards to because skepticism of Ayurveda.
So I think Nishit, your question is very valid because the degree of evidence that is needed is very different, and for a reason which is very obvious to all, that all the countries, including the government, the insurance, have taken Western medicine or conventional medicine as gold standard because they are cross-controlled, proper trial done, which are randomized and blinded, as a result of which you know exactly where the results are right and whether giving medicine X or Y has what degree of benefit. However, I agree, as I mentioned, that there is more awareness and there are more trials done. It's very hard to do those trials which are done for the conventional medicines or pharmaceutical medicines with the Ayurveda, partly because there are papers published, they are not as robust, but I think we are coming up with good trials. There are already quite a few in the way, and I'm part of one new one, which I think will be starting in UK. So I think as the time goes, there are more and more papers, there is more and more research now, and I think there is going to be X amount of time, as is mentioned, that 2030 paper, there is increased collaboration, and Article 15 within, 5 in that Indo-UK paper does support the value of Ayurveda and promotion. So I think there is a more emphasis, and India being a country of origin of Ayurveda, there is more sympathetic attitude towards it, and there is more reception, or the Western people are more receptive to it now. Although it's not a regulated body, it's not a regulated science in many Western countries. I think my view is that it will become accepted, not in long time. However, we need to do a lot of work, and that's what we are doing through our integrated health care and integrating all sciences, because the modern science has got its establishment, but there are other sciences which are established in their own way, and no one science or discipline is complete in itself. There is no perfect cure for every disease in any medical discipline or any alternative or complementary medicine. So
absolutely,
why just depend on one? Why not mix and match? Does it make sense? Sorry, you were saying something, Nishit.
Yep, no, it makes perfect sense. What I was going to say is, I think the issue as I see it is, yes, Ayurveda has its place, but here in the Western world, that information that is out there in India, for example, where most of these trials and tests are done, the dissemination of that information, maybe to the medical fraternity here, it needs to trickle down to the general population who need to be getting the awareness of all the fantastic progress that has been made for Ayurveda. So in line with that, let me ask the next question, which is, where can people learn more about Ayurveda in the common what we have is the medical side of things, scientific side of things is different. Most people don't have access to that kind of a thing. But perhaps if you can point us to a common resource where the ordinary person can go there and find easy to understand things about Ayurveda and learn how to incorporate some of its principles into their daily lives.
Okay, maybe Healing Our Earth can be a nice beginning for such persons. They can join us, they can join the discussions, and we can have a separate academic sessions for them, in which would be covering all the basics of Ayurveda. We can, especially if your platform permits, if Neil permits, we can launch very basic, simplistic study modules for such volunteers. And I believe this will be the best platform.
And Ish, we've already discussed that we want to produce simple consumer level documents where it's very easy for people to grasp and gently come into it. And Oscar is also a good sample for us, being indigenous part of United Kingdom, for example. We might get ideas from him, how he thinks he wishes to receive. So that's from indigenous point of view, who might need descriptions of any Sanskrit or Indian words. And also we can produce for the global diaspora who practices Ayurveda. So Nishit, yes, that is an absolute key point, that how can we get mass number of people getting excited into this, what has been several thousand years old. Next question, Nishit.
Yep. So Dr. Ish, now you're right in the driving seat, taking this thing forward to the world. So what are some of the key challenges that face Ayurveda in the modern world, and how can we overcome these challenges?
Okay, yeah. The biggest challenge is, unfortunately, man is forgetting one's own responsibility when it comes to especially non-communicable diseases. And one believes like doctors or infrastructure or hospitals or government or pills would take care of me. I will be the last person to take care of my diabetes. There should be nice medicine, what X, Y, Z, etc. NCDs, non-communicable diseases, fortunately or unfortunately, will respond only when you are personally involved, when you are responsible for your own health. Like you are walking, you are exercising, you are eating right, you are de-stressing, you are de-addicting. Now we don't want to do that. We are too much taken away by convenience. You know, if I ask someone, okay, you should be walking. Oh, no, I cannot walk. You know, then this is like pitiful. This is very like strange. That now my statement would be, the biggest problem is we have to learn sooner or later, or the hard way or the easy way, that we have to take charge of our own health. We have to practice the simplistic things, like you do not need a specialist. Right eating, some meditation, some de-stressing, some de-addiction, some exercise. We all know this, but no one wants to practice it and wants to have some remedy from somewhere else. You know, you have to be introspecting. Self-realization is the most important hurdle what we are experiencing, and that is what we are trying to break.
I can't tell you how true you've hit the nail on the head. That is so correct, and well done for pointing that out, because if it is to be, it is up to me.
Yes.
Now, would you be open to another set of rapid fire questions?
Yes, any.
Okay, fine. So
sorry, first of all, very sorry. There is one senior like Dr. Patankar is there, and I'm not giving him the opportunity. This is not very decent of me. I am very sorry, Dr. Patankar.
It's okay, because your answers are very excellent and precise. So
I will direct my questions one-to-one then.
Okay, yes.
No problem at all. No problem. Welcome.
Rajan sir, so how can Ayurveda help people manage their chronic pain, and what are some natural remedies for pain relief? Because in the Western world, I've seen, for example, my aunts suffer from knee problems, arthritis, joint issues, and various other things, and they do have a lower quality of life because of it.
Very nice question. But as per Ayurveda, we want to see the prakriti of that patient, because Ayurvedic medicines are not customized. Sorry to say, they are customized as per the prakriti, as per the age, as per the lifestyle. They are differed. Because, for example, when we look to the fever, as in allopathic or modern medicine, there are basic some antibiotics or painkillers like paracetamol or anything else. But as per Ayurveda, there are differentiation of Vata Jwar, Pitta Jwar, Kapha Jwar, and there are the same medicine won't work in the Pitta Jwar, which will be working in Vata Jwar. So simplifying it, you can have dry ginger powder application mixed with oil on her knee. That will be beneficial. But as soon as it gets dried, you have to wipe it with a cotton or with a wet cloth. That is most beneficial. And taking in means as a medicine, that will also help. We used to say that Sunthi Siddha Jala, that you have to boil the water approximately 1 liter, add that dry ginger powder 2 teaspoons, then commit to just settle it, and then you have to take it sip by sip throughout the day. That will also help, because in such cases, the Agni, the digestive fire, is also most important.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Dr. Ish, the next one for you. Now, we've just come through the pandemic. One thing that has, highlighted how important it is to have a strong immune system for people around the world. Certainly not the biggest sort of pandemic, but in our modern times, the one that has had a significant impact. How can Ayurveda help people boost their immune system and prevent illness?
Great. Very important. See, we had COVID-19. Unfortunately, we'll be having some like COVID 35 and COVID 75, and they keep repeating. They keep changing their genomic sequence, and new viruses, not bacteria, usually new viruses keep coming up. Now we might not be holding that another virus would come, then we'll prepare another vaccine, you know, that system won't work. That will be done in due course, like we are preparing COVID vaccine, etc. Now, Ayurveda take is, we should be having, we can plan the immunity. Ayurveda says planned immunity. There is a concept in Ayurveda called planned immunity. That is the best immunity you can have. Now, what happens is, nowadays we all are going on with a very mediocre kind of immunity. For example, Nishit, right now you leave your home in the morning with maybe 100 pounds in your pocket, which is okay for your like day-to-day commuting and your day-to-day expenses. Now, suddenly someone asks you like, give me 10,000 pounds out of your pocket, then you might not be having that money in your pocket. That is where we are having a very basic, minimal kind of immunity. We are not enhancing it. So we are not prepared to take up any COVID-19 or Spanish flu or whatever, bird flu. And you know, what I mean is, we can in a very planned manner boost our immunity. How do we do it? The immunity boosting would be done. We have got 4 protocols. Diet, right eating is number 1. Then lifestyle. Under lifestyle, we have right exercise, de-stressing, de-addiction, some meditation is your lifestyle. Third would be a few herbs. As Dr. Patankar put for pain, ginger is a very good immunity booster. There is curcuma, there is ashwagandha, there are so many herbs. And these are, most of them are not secret Ayurveda recipes. These are open herbs which are available in every kitchen. So from your kitchen, if you can take more of 2 things like black pepper, ginger and curcuma, your immunity would go up, but you have to be careful with the quantity. These 3, like right food, right lifestyle, some kitchen herbs, and maybe this 4th might not be possible for all, but I should quote at this platform, is periodic detox, periodic panchkarma. As your car clogs every 10,000 kilometers, it has got carbon, etc. You go and change filters, etc. The car is giving no problem. Still, you spend so much of money for a periodic service because you love your car more than your body. So you never take your body for a servicing, and you are servicing your car. So periodic detox might not be like available to all, but the first 3, right eating, right lifestyle, and some kitchen herbs can boost your immunity to a very significant level. Nishit.
Amazing. That is really sound advice, and I'm sure the viewers here who are listening are going to benefit greatly from it if they action on it.
Nishit, yes.
If
I can come in here, Professor Sharma, you mentioned something very important, kitchen ingredients, and black pepper, which is one of them. Can you repeat that slowly? Because those ingredients are almost available in every country with every nationality. Take your 5 minutes, give us a recipe. Should we eat? Should we drink? Should we make it as a paste? Be very specific, deliberate for 5 minutes, particularly those 3 ingredients, which I believe are readily available in any part of the country, in any kitchen. Over to you.
Okay. See, there are many herbs in Ayurveda which boost immunity. But for the general public, for those who are in Europe, etc., I will not be naming ashwagandha, etc., which might not be available. The ones which are available to all across the globe are curcuma, what we call turmeric. Haldi, curcuma or turmeric is 1. Ginger is number 2. And black pepper is number 3. If you can, in all your cuisines, in all your curries, in whatever you cook, if you can add little more of ginger, curcuma, and black pepper, these would be detoxifying your liver, your intestines, your pancreas, your digestive juices, because these are stimulating for our for most glands, because they are sharp. When they are sharp, they release more juices, and the juices are the digestive capacity of the body, what we call Agni. So these three things. Now, one thing very interesting, Ayurveda says the dried herb is a medicine and fresh herb is food. So you should not be depending more upon fresh curcuma and fresh ginger. You should more be depending upon dry curcuma and dry ginger, because dry is medicine and fresh is food. Now, will you believe, how does ginger work? Ginger has got something called gingerol. It has got a chemical called gingerol. Fresh ginger has gingerol. When we dry the ginger up, the gingerol is converted to shogol, another chemical called shogol. Now, shogol is scientifically proven 6 times more powerful than gingerol. That is, dry ginger is 6 times more powerful than fresh ginger. So have dry curcuma, dry ginger, and some black pepper powder. But then you have to fine tune, because what your body type is, how much do you digest, does it lead to gastritis, etc. So are you giving to kids or elderly or special conditions, etc., that you have to factor in? Otherwise, these 3 are my magical takeaways for general public.
So Ish, I want to ask you further question on that. There is a pop-up of a question over here. You say dry ginger and dry turmeric. Do you mean ginger powder and turmeric powder, or do you mean dry?
Yes, ginger powder, turmeric powder.
And with regarding to the black pepper, grounded black pepper, or you just mix?
Grounded black pepper.
Okay, beautiful. Now, I am not a curry eater. I am actually, because I'm of an Indian origin. But if I'm not a ardent curry eater, or just think I'm a Western person or something, how do I consume this? Do I boil it and drink it? Do I mash it and paste it? That's the next question, please.
The simplest would be, for an adult person should be taking, he should be having 3 powders, ginger, curcuma, and black pepper powders. He can be taking 2 grams each. That is 6 grams in hot water in the morning. He should drink 6 grams in hot water in the morning, and the same volume at bedtime. So maybe 4 grams of curcuma each day, 4 grams of black pepper each day, and 4 grams of dry ginger each day, if you are a normal, healthy, strong male. If you are a female, you are weak, you are underweight, then this dose should come to half.
Effectively 1 gram each.
1 gram each, yeah. 1 gram each morning, 1 gram each evening.
And a pregnant woman can consume too?
Can, because this is food, but I will not be openly recommending like this, because there can be some more arrays into it. So I leave it to the obstetrician to take a call on this.
So they must seek some guidance, is that right?
They must seek. It's better for kids, etc., for special conditions, as we put already beforehand. For special conditions or for your ongoing medication, you should surely bring that into light to your doctor.
Brilliant, Ish. We go back to Nishit in case if you got question, because I got lost from the social media that we will cover. But Nishit, carry on. It's nice to have our technical director jumping into actual live sessions. So go ahead, Nishit.
So another issue that we have across the world is aging. So life expectancy varies across the world. For example, in India, the average life expectancy is about 70.5. Here in the UK, it's 81.5. So how does, what are some of the best Ayurvedic practices to promote healthy aging and longevity? I mean, it's one thing to be 85, but it's another thing to be 85 and alive. You know, I mean, full of vigor and not full of disease. That's what I mean.
Ish, before you answer, be careful. Our young-looking technical director here, who looks only 21, He knows more about this because he is more than twice 21. So be careful what you answer because he actually practices. That's why he looks only 21. Go ahead.
Great. This is Dr. Patankar's turn, but if he permits me, I can take this question up. Okay. So why do we age? There are 10 theories behind aging, like your rate of living, your size, there are wear and tear theory. There are 10 theories, out of which the most consistent theory is the theory of free radical damage. We age because we accumulate more free radicals than our body can process. And as I answered already in the previous question, the free radicals are coming from two sources: excessive eating, wrong eating, and stress. So if you can de-stress, if you can go for intermittent fasting and you can eat right, then you are on a right path to add years to your life, not only life to your both, like years to your life and life to your years. So intermittent fasting is such a formula, Nishit. If the whole world practices intermittent fasting and nothing else, within 10 years, 80% hospitals would shut down.
That is amazing. And I think maybe at some next event, we should explore a little bit more information on how people can get started with intermittent fasting and incorporate it into their daily life. So thank you so much for that. One of the other issues I see here, and I'm relating all these from people around me as they age, etc. So we had one of our friends who developed dementia. And we saw that progressing over a period of time, and how he went from being one of these very authoritarian, strict head teacher type of person to somebody who needed full-time care and doesn't recognize anybody in the family, etc. It's very sad to see. And there's not much that can be done from the Western perspective. But in terms of Ayurveda, how can Ayurveda help people to improve their cognitive function and brain health?
See,
because
the beauty
as I understand it, we have got the brain-blood barrier, which sort of restricts things that can go into the brain. So not everything gets into the brain. So there must be a very select kind of things that foods that you can consume that can actually go through that and help fix and improve the brain.
Very right. A blood-brain barrier is not an issue because the body is wise enough, we can put anything into mouth, and then the body has got its own selection mechanism, what goes where, what organ would be requiring. Like you eat an apple, now your calcium from your apple should go to your bones, vitamin C should go to your bone marrow, etc. The body makes a right decision in disintegrating and reprocessing whatever you have eaten. Now when it comes to senile dementia, then this is a really very big challenging problem. And what I have personally found, now the beauty of Ayurveda is you do not have separate mechanisms like you are talking for dementia or aging or obesity or diabetes or arthritis. The root approach, that is right eating, right lifestyle, which is standard. This is a goodness. You treat, like you make one change and you are ensuring yourself against hundreds of diseases by making one change, like intermittent fasting in your diet, right lifestyle with yoga, meditation, de-stressing, de-addiction, right physical activity, some herbs like ginger, curcuma, black pepper, for example, and some intermittent periodic detox. Now, these approaches would take care of your all the possible diseases which can come to you maybe 10 years later or 20 years later, no problem. Now, Dr. Patankar is a Panchkarma expert, and Panchkarma is very effective in dementia. So maybe he can share his experience. This is his cup of tea. Dr. Patankar, please. Maybe Vasti in Panchkarma or Shirodhara or Nasya.
Nasya helps a lot, and don't go for any medicated oil. you can just put 7 to 8 drops in each nostrils of pure ghee if you are having or available in London, or you can have coconut oil also, but that should be administered 7 to 8 drops in each nostrils. And then after putting that, you are not to suck it, just go into your towards head. It is more beneficial. And then second thing, the Shirodhara, that is the medicated oil or medicines which were poured in between our eyebrows, is also beneficial. But in these cases, we used to do takra dhara, that is the dhara of the buttermilk with some medicines, that is like Jatamausi, Jeshtimat, that helps a lot in these conditions.
So, Nishit, before you ask next question, we have got Mala, who is from our food division. Mala, if you can put your video and either audio on so you can ask a question or make a comment. Mala, over to you. Yes, there is Mala there. Welcome.
Hello, welcome. Very interesting topics, lots to learn. Just from a women's perspective, there's thousands of women having this issue with menopause and hormonal changes from various ages, but mainly middle age. What advice you can give? It's a big topic at the moment. It's going to government level as well, and women are screaming for help, and they feel discriminated. And what we're all saying is scientists have rapidly got some cures, relief for other male issues. Why are they leaving women out? Why is it so slow? So we need help, and I think you could come in.
So,
and
Mala,
I think, yeah.
Mala, that session will be taken care of for at least an hour in the women's self-care episode that we have got, which is on 19th of March. Meanwhile, Mala, stay here. Nishit, you are good as well over here, and this is the first time you're here. Can you read our future events for our general audience, and then we'll go back to Mala and Aish.
So, folks, we have got a number of events coming up.
It's on your screen.
Yep, I can see them now. So on the 19th of February, we are continuing with our Ayurveda Special. We are discussing the benefits of Ayurveda. And if you enjoyed today's session, please make sure you tune in to the next one on Sunday, the 19th of February. The event after that is a special one. So we are going to be withholding the details. Keep a lookout for that one. On the 5th of March, we are going to be having the International Women's Day Special, celebrating the women and in our lives. All the sessions run from 2 o'clock UK time onwards. And on the 12th of March, we will be having the session on women and self-care, because healthy women equal healthy communities around us. Going on to the 19th of March, we will be having the integrated health session. This is all to do with transforming healthcare around the world using different approaches. And on 26th of March, we will be having a yoga and meditation session. I think this rounds up all the few sessions that have been running from today till then.
So Nishit, Mala came out with a very good session, because menopause is applicable to almost half the population of the earth at some point, because they are living longer, will have to deal with that. And I think our Dr. Baljot Kaur, who is not here, will be one of the sessionists, and Ish will tell us more about this. But Rajanji, while you are here, and of course it's not your forte and your subject, please keep an eye out, and any professor who are particularly good at that in the women's self-care program on 19th of March. I think that will be a very good topic for people to discuss. But any comments, Rajanji, before we Ish, any comments?
Dr. Pradeep has got something to say, perhaps.
So he's not here at the moment. He did want to say. I'll just look out for him. Okay, so So we want to bring this in the women's self-care. We want to bring women topics, because if we keep women happy, then men can be happy, community can be happy. So let's focus on the people who gave birth to us, and if we can respect them, then I think we can all be happy. Rajanji, did you want to make comment before I ask Mala for her comments again?
Yes. I will look after some great personalities who are working on especially women's problem, and that is especially on menopause, pre-menopause and post-menopause conditions. Because,
absolutely.
Yes. Because there are so much worries about these all three conditions. So,
okay,
as you told, they must be looked after properly and
yes,
in a complete manner.
And we have in our panel, because Ish has already identified 3 professors. One of the one who is good is Dr. Baljot Kaur from I think Ludhiana or Chandigarh. Ish, Nishit, before you ask question, Mala has a comment to do, and then we'll come back to you, Nishit, and we have got lots of other questions. So Mala, a quick question from you, if you got any. We move on to our viewers' questions.
Yeah. So I think it was Dr. Ranjiv or Dr. Raj earlier mentioned trying to include intermittent fasting. But do you have a program for people or schedule a healthy eating plan using Ayurveda that people can follow? So that'll help us guide us. And then, we need more publicity around this as well to get that message out and start to create a habit of Ayurveda being available everywhere. People don't understand it, and maybe in the Western world the terminology needs to be possibly I don't know, just rewrite the words so they understand the ingredients. But if you have like an eating plan, that would be great. But also I want to say on that subject with the menopause or manopause, it's wonderful if men lead on the subject because men don't understand it. I wrote a book on menopause. I haven't published it. My doctor said, fantastic, do it. It'll keep more marriages together. And I think if you get more involved in the subject, and maybe Ayurveda be the leaders, Ayurvedic doctors, professors, and there'll be more understanding. Once you have more understanding, there'll be more relationships and more communication on the subject, because it's taboo at the moment. And all women are doing is talking about it, and they're hungry for help. This will keep families together, keep children together, and also keep your men out of the pubs. It's about escapism when you don't understand what women go through. And you can't live that life, isn't that so?
Thank you, Mala. So Nish, for next Sunday, if we can prepare fasting the Ayurveda style, then that will help, and Rajanji will help as well. Our new professor Nishit will help because he has already got a style. One day 7 o'clock meal, the next day 11 o'clock. So that is no clash. So Nishit, you can correlate with that. So it will be beautiful, and Mala can be kept happy. She is actually going to be involved in the women's self-care for the men or pause, and actually to educate men to understand women will be better than women to just understand, because they naturally go through it. Nishit, if you got any question, and then we move on. Go ahead, please.
I have one last question. And so what happened was, when I was around that age of 25, 26, till then I was invincible. I had lots of energy, vitality, and I could conquer the world. But at some point around 25, 27, I started losing that energy and vitality. And despite having an active lifestyle, not too bad in terms of diet and all of that, but I couldn't figure out what it was until I came across a study on somebody who was a Nobel Prize winner, who did a study on lipids and sterols and how they affect how things can get into the cell and out. And because of our diet, we don't get those. So I started supplementing with the lipids and sterols. And I then discovered coenzyme Q10, which is my secret to great energy as well. But apart from these two that I've discovered, how can Ayurveda help improve the overall energy levels and vitality, particularly in people over a certain age of, say, 35 onwards, because everybody experiences a flagging of their energy levels. And what are some of the key practices or remedies that can be used to achieve this?
Okay. Most importantly, this energy slowdown does not come from the body, it comes from the mind. So that one has to understand, and that one should not be replacing it with because of some lack of interest and because of the same monotonous routine, or somehow when your mind doesn't interest you in many activities, that is where you start losing interest and you feel low on energy, because your blood parameters, your physical counts are all normal. So physically you are fit. You don't have, like, if we could discover like low calcium, low vitamin B12 or low vitamin C in your blood, then we could say, okay, you need this supplement. One thing. Secondly, what Ayurveda says is, now very rightly put up by Dr. Amrita some time back, this human system is very intelligent. If, for example, if I'm not devoid, if I'm not deficient upon vitamin B, for example, and I keep on eating more and more vitamin B, my body would not be absorbing all, because there are sensors in the intestine which know that what element we are deficient upon. So whatever fancy and superfood and a very expensive medicine or supplement we eat would all go out unconsumed, would be rejected by our gastrointestinal tract. So if your Agni, if your digestion is correct and you're eating a very low profile meal or very cheap meal, very simplistic meal which has got no fancy foods or no imported multivitamins, etc., no dry fruits or nothing expensive, but if your system, your digestion, your liver, your intestines are strong and healthy, they would pick up the very best from that ordinary meal and you would be fighting fit. So my suggestion would be, if you keep your digestion okay, which is the most important organ in the body as per Ayurveda, it is not the brain or heart or kidney or liver. The most fundamental organ in the body is your digestive tract. Ayurveda calls it Mahanimna Mahamadhya. That is the most fundamental, because this human body is nothing but an arrangement of a few organs around a hollow tube. Our food pipe is a hollow tube. So whatever we put in, there are sensors which decide how much to be picked up. If your digestion is correct, then you will never be slowing down upon your energy, and you have to discover more habits and newer things to freshen your mind up for this energy lack. Not in your case, this is for others. Yeah.
Fabulous. Well, I have to say thank you very much, Dr. Ish and Dr. Rajan. Thank you so much for taking the time to answer our questions, sharing your valuable knowledge and expertise on Ayurveda with us. Your insights and advice has been incredibly valuable, and we are very grateful for the opportunity to learn from you. And to our audience, I hope you found this session very informative and helpful. And if you have further questions or you would like to learn more about Ayurveda and its benefits, then I would like to invite you to join us again next week for another session on Ayurveda, an Ayurveda special session. So thank you all for today's session, and I look forward to seeing you again next week.
Brilliant.
Thank you very much.
So Nishit, tell me, do you like this new version that we are breaking? So we are breaking integrated health into specialist subjects now, where we have got specialist producer. Why Professor Ish Sharma? Because he's very senior in Ayurveda. He's trained in this kind of sessions and webinars and live transmissions. We are not webinar, we are a live transmission to multi-channels. Did you enjoy today, and will you be coming to regular sessions to ask questions?
I most certainly enjoyed it, because when we have a generic discussion on healthcare, sometimes I feel it doesn't apply to me. But when we go down further, it niches down. And so now, even today, we discussed so many things. We discussed digestion. We discussed autoimmune diseases. We discussed mental health. We discussed women's problems. We discussed energy. We discussed so many things. Now, to each person, the thing would be relative based on the problems they're having. And so this format of discussion is very interesting because now it's a little bit more detailed and it will attract the audience who it is geared towards. So certainly for me, as you can see, I don't normally come onto the sessions, but I really enjoyed this today. And I asked Nilbhai if I can jump in and ask a few questions because I found it very engaging.
Thank you, Nishit. And we will be adopting the same format next Sunday, where from 2 o'clock GMT, which is the Greenwich Mean Time, we'll be holding a session. The 3 subjects that we've identified: sleep and the next version of the sleep, women's problem, and eating and obesity. So Ish, if we can concentrate on these 3 subjects at the first 2 hours, and then we break up into this group discussion and questions where everybody can join in, then that will be beautiful. So Nishit, thank you. Stay around. Ish, you are not finished. Neither is Rajan Bhai. You stay around now. Now, I think these 2 next questions from Zimbabwe and Philippines are correlated together. Quite a fairly specialist subject. So Salonga from Philippines has got a question. Is there any Ayurveda treatment for cancer? Ish and Rajanji, both of you. So Ish, if you go first, please.
Okay. This is a bit tricky, but we have treated many patients, and of all the types of cancers, or most of them, we have treated. And with the...
Do you mean treated into remission or treated into increasing of Ayush, or actually physically treated, full stop?
Yeah, we have seen wonderful remission, wonderful improvement in quality of life, change in blood parameters. So, but this is this cannot be oversimplified. But if you ask me yes or no, will you treat a cancer patient, yes or no? I would say yes. Up to what stage? Up to any stage. But what do you commit? What do you promise? What do you guarantee? Nothing. Because it is unethical to say, oh, I will be giving you 53% result or 22%. This is not actually ethical to claim something like that.
Ish, overall what you are saying, that yes, if the allopathic way of cancer fails and they don't see any hope and the tunnel is becoming dark, why not approach the Ayurveda way anyway, that it could possibly work?
Yes, this is what we do. Exactly, okay. This is what we do. We never tell them to stop allopathy or they are bad, come to us. No. Yes. Keep on doing what your oncologist tells you. Correct. And also we can support you with some panchkarma, mild panchkarma, some diet correction. And then we have got Dr. Rajan Patankar, if he has got experience upon this, he can surely add value.
So Rajan Bhai, your comments, can Ayurveda help cancer?
Yes, means as Easy told, yes, but in Maharashtra, there is a very big institute near Pune, that is at Wagholi, and they had seen till today at least 1 lakh patients, and they are having documentation. To their approach is not only Ayurvedic but an integrative approach, because their hospital is having facilities of chemotherapy, radiation and everything. But along with that, they put the patient on Ayurvedic medication, and that helps a lot for his extending his life and his painful things and everything. They are definitely helpful by Ayurveda only.
Thank you, Rajanji. So effectively what you are saying, that there are lots and lots of trials already taking place. There are now scientific documents coming out that yes, it is potentially worth trying that. So thank you very much. And I think the next question, Ish and Rajanji, I think comes back because Rajanji mentioned here. Lucinda from Zimbabwe says, and she's very clear about this, and I think maybe she's having a cancer, she doesn't say, but this is what she's asking. Can Ayurvedic medicine be taken along with chemotherapy?
Yes, it can be taken.
Under medical supervision, or one can...
Yes, yeah, it has to be under medical supervision by an Ayurveda doctor. and then the patient should go and divulge the same to the treating oncologist, that one Ayurveda doctor gave me this, should I take or not?
Brilliant. So I think, Ish, one of the things at Healing Our Earth we are going to do, we are also going to bring cancer and oncology as a separate, complete subject, because it's a big subject on the earth. So I think that we are going to bring. We've got two big oncologists who are part of Healing Our Earth, one from Malaysia, one from India, and the third one has come from UK. So it'd be very nice to bring this alternative availability as well. We'll keep in mind, and Rajanji and Ish, I'll keep you in the loop in that group, which will be separate. We move on to the next question. Sushma from Manchester, United Kingdom, is asking specifically arthritis. What is the Ayurvedic treatment for arthritis? Is arthritis also available on NHS, which you might not be able to answer, but from Ayurveda point of view, for Sushma in Manchester, can arthritis be treated with Ayurveda?
Okay, okay, Dr. Patankar, please, after you.
Yes, definitely, because as per
just one moment, please. Just hold on. Somebody's messing about with recording. Can those who are made cohort or something, please don't mess about with recording. Thank you. It is very important that you don't, and whoever it is, if you could privately tell me, in future we don't do that. Rajanji, go ahead, please.
Yes. As per allopathic or modern science, there are two types of arthritis. That is, one is named as osteoarthritis and another is rheumatoid arthritis. But as per Ayurveda, we call it as a amvat or sandhivat. And there is one another vat, which is explained in Ayurveda, that is sandhigatavat. So what kind of conditions the patient is having, the medicines will differ as per age also, as per her digestive power also, and as per the chronicity of the that disease also. But basically, panchakarma in these conditions will definitely help. The basti, which is the medicated oils which were given through our anus, that is emesis, definitely helps a lot in these conditions. Sorry, not emesis, but the basti
enema.
means enema, kind of enema, medicated enema, definitely helps a lot. But along with medication, and as told by our previous speaker, I forgot his name, that Agni Karma and Vidya Karma definitely helps a lot in these things. But as per the our conditions of the patient, and as per where to differentiate between Sandhivat or Amvat or Sandhigatvat, that is most important.
Thank you. We actually have many questions, but I'm going to keep to two more and then have our other people. Anne, who is here sitting in the gallery, actually likes that both the doctors should work together if it's cancer treatment and Ayurveda. Thank you for your comment, Anne. We move on to both Rajanji and Ish here. This is a simple question, but lots of people have asked this, and see if we can answer this succinctly. Does Ayurvedic medicine have side effects?
Yes, Dr. Rajan, please.
Yes, definitely there are. If the preparation is not proper, because as per our original text, the things were mixed up for preparing the medicine. The series of the medicine or the number of medicines which were given term by term, if they are not mixed in that manner or in that proportion, definitely there are side effects. Because some of the companies are not using all the herbs as per described in our text. And the trituration, again, in some of the decoctions of so many herbs, if it is not properly done, then definitely there are side effects. And the dosage is also important. So while taking any Ayurvedic medicine, it should be taken under a supervision of expert Vaidya. definitely.
And Ish, your comments on this, if you got any? You are muted. If you could unmute yourself, please.
Yes, very rightly put up by Dr. Patankar that medicines can have side effects. They might be ill-prepared, first of all. The dosage might be not correct. You know, someone is self-medicating. That is why there has to come a rider that we do not recommend anyone to take any medicine through internet, etc. You buy online and then you start eating. So that would be bringing a bad name to Ayurveda because the patient. So anyway, cutting it short, yes, medicines can have side effects.
Anish, this will be the final. There are still 20 questions that we have not answered. We will not disappoint them and we'll answer them later, or maybe we'll go 15 minutes extra. This question is slightly different. One viewer wants to know, where do Ayurveda medicine or products come from? Not the country. What does it come from?
Herbs. Most likely 95% herbs. And then there are some minerals also, like there can be iron, there can be gold, there can be mica, copper, zinc, you know, so metals. There can be some animal products as well, like there can be some milk or ghee, you know, they can be prepared in yogurt. So animal products are there. Then 95% from herbs and some minerals. This is where they come from.
So are you suggesting that it's from the nature and not from
no chemical? This is guaranteed.
chemical.
This is certified guaranteed. No man-made chemical at all.
So if ever they pick up a product on Ayurveda and there is a composition in the ingredients of chemicals, then it is not pure Ayurveda. Is it correct?
It is not Ayurveda. Yes, it is not Ayurveda.
Rajanji, your comment.
No, not at all. Because as told by ESG, yes, 100% true. Only herbs, minerals, and some animal products are used in Ayurvedic preparations. If there are anything noticed on the wrapper, anything added extra apart from this, they are not Ayurvedic medicines.
And something that has just propped up Ish and Rajanji, what is Vikrutri and what is Prakrutri?
Okay.
Yes,
yes, Rajanji.
Then easy first.
Okay. Prakriti is being normal and abnormal. Prakriti is you are normal, Vikriti you are abnormal. Now, like you are having a blood pressure of 120/80, this is Prakriti, this is normal blood pressure. If you are having high blood pressure or low blood pressure, it is called Vikriti. So, translating it to English, physiology is Prakriti, that is being normal, and pathology is Prakriti, that is something abnormal. We should invite Mala. She is there to ask something for a very long time.
Rajanji, your comments, and then we'll take one comment from Mala.
Yes. As told by ESG is correct. Means Prakriti and Vikruti. A normal well-being or a normal person is Prakriti, and when he get disease of any kind, that is Vikruti.
Fantastic. Well, let's see what Mala has got, and then we'll try to wind down and we'll ask Lakshmi ji if she has got a question, and Janisita is there as well, Jaksita and Anne is here. So Mala, your question or your comment?
Right. With the food, the mass populations, overpopulation, and mass production of food, growing of food, the rise in allergens it's quite high. And we're finding more and more foods have more allergies, even if they're vegetarian or vegan. So how is it tested out in Ayurvedic medicine? How do you test the allergy side of it?
Yes.
Or the component?
Okay. Allergy from the Ayurveda viewpoint or from the Western viewpoint would only be confirmed depending upon the clinical reactivity. And the commonest sites are skin, eyes, and breathing. If you are like a running nose, sneezing, coughing, breathing hard, skin rashes, or watering eyes, or diarrhea, these are the commonest kinds of symptoms to food allergies. So if I ask you, okay, and you can, if you report me, okay, whenever I eat this X, Y, Z, then I have itchy skin, or I have watering eyes, or I have breathing problem, or I have got running nose, or I have got diarrhea, constipation, then we would be retrospectively diagnosing. We infer, we draw a conclusion from that, okay, you might be allergic to that particular thing. Now, one thing in common is we have got 3 macronutrients, because you are from the food expertise, Mala. So the 3 macronutrients are carbs, proteins, and fats. Carbs cause no allergy. Fats cause no allergy. Only proteins can lead to allergy. Whenever anyone having allergy of any kind, we would be telling him or her to reduce protein intake in first place. Ismail.
But even in vegetarian food or even spices and herbs, you have those allergies. Do you do tests before you prescribe any of the Ayurvedic medicines?
No, Ayurvedic medicines don't lead to allergy like that, because those are not chemical, because mankind has been taking these herbs like curcuma, ginger for thousands of years. That is why we are more attuned to them, and allergy would be caused in 2 mechanisms. One, there can be a chemical which is going into your body for the first time, or there is a new drug discovery which might not be suitable for mankind at large, for example. So, but anyway, for example, ginger can be allergic to you or me. How do we know? So we don't test, like the testing is by eating only. You eat little ginger, you felt allergic or not. That is how we draw a conclusion that you are allergic to ginger or not. And all the spices have got proteins. There is no food item which has got 0 protein. So meats are having more proteins, and legume and the pulses are having less proteins. You know, that is how. But even a very minimalistic protein can also lead to allergy. So it comes from experience. We tell, okay, you are not feeling good after taking that, so don't take it. Simple as that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mala. And Mala, keep on researching, bring more questions. Make sure next Sunday you tell everybody they can ask the questions. At Healing Our Heart, we love spreading knowledge, peace, love, harmony. Okay, so now, Ish, we are okay. We still have got some questions to answer. Something that has just propped up, and maybe this was important. I think Dr. Mohit Sandhu covered this, and he said this was very important because if you damage this, the person can almost be either terminally ill or they can die. So somebody is asking, can you specify and tell us clearly what are marma points, please?
Okay. Marma points are, as Dr. Mohit told, when we have got a union of like a bone, joint, blood vessel, nerve, all passing from like one anatomical location, then any injury on that particular location would be damaging multiple organs, like it would be damaging a nerve, an artery, a vein, a joint, some muscle, you know, some tendon. So those sensitive, marma, translating it to English is sensitive point. Marma means sensitive point. So Ayurveda tells you have to protect these points, because these the injuries over these points can be more damaging than injuries anywhere else. So that is where, yeah.
This is not a question from the same user, but for me, can you give me some examples of marma points that we as a consumer would understand?
Yes, as if I repeat the examples given by Dr. Mohit, he told about like Shipramarma. This is Shipramarma. In the center, we have got Talhridaya. Then we have got Kurch. Over here, we have got, this area is having Kurch Marma. Then we have got Ani and Urvi Marma. Then we have got Fad Marma. Then Krikatika. Then Sthapani. And then heart is one full marma. Every sensitive point is a marma.
So Ish, the points that you were showing us just now by raising your hand and you actually physically showed us, if an injury occurred there, there could be multiple problems, could there?
Exactly. It would be more damaging than a general injury.
And so therefore, as you say, heart is a complete merma in itself, which is very true. I mean, damage your heart or pierce your heart or shoot your heart and you are gone.
Yes.
Okay, well, I hope the viewer from New Zealand is enjoying themselves.
Maybe can we listen something from Dr. Lakshmi? We should welcome her. Sorry for that.
She's the next person we are going to ask that what she feels of the session so far, and if she has got any questions, so go ahead. Dr. Lakshmi is actually the president of Hindu Forum of Europe. She is part of Healing Our Earth, so she helps outreaching other Europe Hindu divisions, but not just Hindu, because by virtue of the fact, and those who are in the group, you saw her picture with the Pope, and she was outreaching with the women of different interfaith, and correlates and connects to us. So welcome, Dr. Lakshmi, and your questions to our experts.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sharma ji and Dr. Patankar ji. It was very interesting to listen to both of you, and the immense knowledge that you have is really, really appreciable. And so, I mean, somebody was talking about diabetes. I am a 100% Ayurvedic follower, whether it is hair management or food management or digestion management. And as you said, that enema is a very good way of, cleaning yourself rather than you taking anything else. So, Triphala powder, it's available in the market, but we make our own kashayam. That kashayam, it is called as from the herbs that you get from the market, and we keep it ready. So my parents have put this habit in us to do the enema at least once in a month, and you don't eat anything on that day when you do the enema. So something, I mean, just sharing with you, but more than anything, somebody was asking about diabetes, that they ask you to cut the proteins. But the doctors, the English doctors, the Western doctors, all of them ask you to cut carbs instead of proteins. And they say you take proteins, but cut carbs. So I just wanted to clarify this with both of you.
Okay. Maybe, can I go ahead, Dr. Patankar?
Yes, go ahead.
See, ma'am, carbohydrates are of two types, complex and simple. Complex carbs are wonderful to be taken by a diabetic, but simple carbs are not good. So, where do we get complex carbs from? Fruits, vegetables, and salads. They give us a lot of complex carbs. And why are they good? Because complex carbs take more energy in getting processed in the body than the energy they give. So that is how they withdraw some of the calories and they detox our body. So complex carbs are good, simple carbs are bad. When it comes to proteins, then I am, because I have got extensive research upon diabetes for my post-graduation and my PhD also. Diabetes is my favorite subject.
Wow.
I very strongly tell patients not to take protein-rich food, which is very high on protein, like soya or all the non-veg. It should be taken in moderation, or better, should never be taken.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Thank you very much for that, because this confusion was always there in my mind between the carb and the proteins. Anyway, thanks. Dr. Patankar, what is your view? It's the same?
Same view.
Okay.
And it's definitely depend upon our digestive fire. So they are very easy to digest. So that's why easy as told. Yes, 100% true.
Thank you to Dr. Sharma ji and Dr. Patankar ji.
Dr. Lakshmi, stay around, because when we close, you'll be doing the Om Bhurrbhuva Swaha.
Okay.
Shortly, we will be doing that.
I will be around.
At this point, we will be also ask, Lata wants to ask a comment. She's got a comment or a question. But before we do that, Ish, let us thank all the participants today from different parts of the world who joined us today and interacted with us. And Ish, you particularly, because the time in your country is 10 p.m. and time at Rajanji's country is coming to 11:30, I think, in the evening. So thank you for being there, because this is the energy we bring to the people so that we can share our knowledge, etc. Lata, unmute yourself and make your comment before we formally say bye to everybody.
Hi, everyone. It's just such a fascinating subject, very close to my heart, because it's self-helping. And I've always been a fanatic about natural remedies, and, you know, and my body just always seemed to have rejected the medications from the doctors. Not that I don't agree with them, but my body just wouldn't accept them. So I stayed away as much as possible, even though I lived in UK where they believe in it so much. But having been raised up, you know, in India, yeah, we were into, like, I think, is it Dr. Lakshmi said that her parents raised her up with some certain rituals, you know. I think that's what happened with in my case as well. So, you know, I lean towards the natural things. And so what you're telling me makes so much sense about Ayurveda. And I think, you know, because we're more educated these days, we can write books, we can read books and watch all this information readily now. The ones who are educated and able to understand these things, it resonates with us, doesn't it? That's why it's taking off a lot more. And back in the past generations, it was the only thing available, but now it's, you know, been sort of the allopathic has come into it and confused us a lot. But it's wonderful that you're helping us to, you know, decipher the confusion. But I was just going to say that I tend to agree with your thing about diets and, you know, keeping off certain foods, because in India, they used to always tell us that when we went to the GP or whoever. But here, when I asked a doctor, they would say, no, eat everything. It's fine. You know, you don't have to stop and just continue as normal. But, and that's where a lot of the damage has been, hasn't it? And I think all this confusion has arisen. And so we've been going downhill with our health, even though we're educated. So I think also to say about the intermittent fasting, that's something that has helped in my personal case. I find that has really worked wonders. And, you know, I would vouch for that anytime. And recommend it to people, but obviously it's a very sensitive thing, isn't it? An individual thing, would you say? Either one of the doctors?
Yes, of course.
It's an individual thing. Yes, definitely.
It's a very, is it tailor-made sort of thing?
No.
No.
I mean, the
One size
hours,
won't fit all.
the timings.
It's different for everyone.
It's different.
Yeah.
So some can do 12 hours, others can manage 18 hours.
Yeah. Like some do Ramadana by Muslim culture, you know, in 6 months. We do maybe what we call Navaratri every 6 months, or we do Ekadashi twice a month, or we do Mangalwar for Hanumanji and Somvar for Shivji. You know, there can be multiple forms. You could be eating like 3 times a day. Still you could be practicing intermittent fasting if you reduce your every meal by like 20%. So there are so many forms.
Yeah. So really,
actually, our upvas, it used to be called as upvas
Yes.
in Indian system, and these people are given it a big name as alternative fasting or whatever.
Very true. Very true.
So thank you. Thank you, Lata. Lata, watch the episode next week because Ish is going to bring healthy eating and fasting as well, because that's one of the sessions next Sunday. So next Sunday, we have got obesity, healthy eating, fasting. We've got sleep, and we've got women problems that we can sort out so the men can understand, apart from being in the self-care. So Lata, thank you very much. And what we will now do, we will have a closing statement from Ish in a moment. But just before this, Mala, you've got to sing a song to your kitchen producer for her happy birthday. And Lata, you can do that, wish her a bit later. So it is actually a birthday for our kitchen episode producer and a senior Healing Our Earth member, Seema Bhatia. So I think we wish her a very happy birthday. And Mala, maybe you can sing happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Seema ji. Happy birthday to you.
Whoa, I love it. Very well done. Proper style. And I think that was beautiful. Lata, I think you want to wish her happy birthday. So please go ahead, and then we move on to the closing statement from Dr. Sharma and Vaidya Raj.
yes, of course, with open arms, we welcome another happy birthday to her, and have, many more returns coming to her. Long live Seema, and we bless you. We send
Thank you, Lata.
Yeah.
Stay around. We'll be closing now. Mala, stay around. We'll be closing now. Thank you, Mala. That was very well sung. You can now sing happy birthday to everybody. Actually, I believe it was also Honey's birthday last week gone, but then it was gone. So happy birthday to Dr. Hani Kalaria, who is also the senior anchor at Healing Our Earth. Maybe Mala, you can do one line for her too.
I can, yeah. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Honey G. Happy birthday to you.
Awesome. I simply love it. Okay, thank you. Stay around. Rajanji, your conclusion, number one. How do you feel at Healing Our Earth? Because this is your first episode live. We are very proud that you've been there since the start of the session and now at the end of the session. What are your thoughts? How you feel at Healing Our Earth? And how do you feel we did at Healing Our Earth today?
Excellent session, excellent presentation by all the experts, and very informative, very knowledge enriching subjects were taken by both the speakers. And Ishji, I know him for last so many days, but since we are here face to face, this is our first time, but nice, very nice sessions, and looking forward for all other sessions also. And definitely I will be a part of it when and as you wish, because I am for Ayurveda always. Thank you.
So Rajan,
thank you, Nilji, and thank you. Thank you.
Rajanji, you are now part of the family, and not just are you part of it now, because every session of integrated and healing Ayurveda, you are a permanent senior panelist, because that's very useful. And with our producer, because our producer now knows, he has done a research on you, he knows more about you. So you are a permanent part of our producer, Professor Ish Sharma. And Ish, your closing statement, as usual, you're always there from start to end, and you've got bountiful of energies. What are your thoughts?
This was awesome. And my most favorite portion was the quick fire round with Nishit. That was very energizing for me personally, and a big thanks to him.
So you can agree that he's not just technically savvy. He should be actually be there in a question time, shouldn't he?
True, very true.
And I can assure you, he will be there. He's eating his samosas and kachoris because he's got the guests at home now. So there is a cuisine going on there. He's listening to us from the dining table, and he sends his thank you to all of you as well. Ish, we are very proud of you. You are ever so ready to serve as many hours as we require right now in Mauritius. I would like to wish you bonne vie, mon ami. Bonjour for tomorrow morning, and merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Nil, bonne nuit to all. Namaskar, Shubharatri, and see you next week then.
Thank you. And Dr. Lakshmi is now going to nicely, gently start with the world famous Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha.
And first, before that, a very big thank you to Surya and Anne, who stayed all along. I did not expect them to stay put for 4 hours. I never expected that. Surya and Anne, thank you very much.
Surya, you can unmute. Surya, yes. Surya has not just been staying there, she was always smiling and acknowledging every point she understood. Surya, we are very proud of you. I believe you are in USA.
Yeah, so I am actually from the Netherlands, but I moved to Connecticut in USA. So that is why what I was telling earlier, I mean, coming from an Ayurvedic background, because my dad is an Ayurvedic practitioner, Dr. Ish knows him.
Wow.
Coming to here, you have to be really disciplined to implement all those steps because the life here is backwards. So, and with having 3 kids, I'm really grateful also by the Lord. It's a blessing to know Ayurveda and then to implement it and live it. And then slowly you become an example, I mean, I'm not seeing any, or I'm not even graduated to do any patients. I'm just doing it myself so that you become an example. That's it. So yeah, thank you so much.
Well, we are very proud of you, and Ish has got a lot of passionate proudness in what you have done over there. He will add you, he will give me your number and we will add you in the Ayurveda group. Please be part of the family. It's all yours. And if you are there and you can unmute, we are also grateful to you because you were there. You were also passing the comments. So, Anne, you need to unmute. There you are. Thank you, Anne.
Welcome. Thank you, guys. Especially Dr. Ish.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you very much.
And which country are you in?
Holland.
Holland, beautiful Holland. So you're not very far from us. So we'll add you in the group as well. And you are part of our family. Please join us next Sunday. Safe driving, Surya. You can switch your video off now because you're about to drive. Take care, and we are very proud of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Ish. And Ish, we will add them and the other people who are not in our group. So let's just add them. Ish, once again, we are very proud of you. You bring in bountiful of energy. And the Project Mauritius, as I said live on the show, let's create the blue and the white paper, and then Sanjay will go and present to the ministries. And we are doing same in Kenya and Malawi. So thank you, Ish, very much. Stay around and let's have Dr. Lakshmi doing the Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha.
Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo